Hadirin disilahkan duduk kembali.
Yang terhormat Presiden Republik Indonesia Bapak Joko Widodo, yang kami hormati para duta besar negara sahabat, Director of the Muslim World League, para Menteri Kabinet Indonesia Maju, para pemuka agama dunia, Presiden PJ Gubernur DKI Jakarta Bapak Joko Widodo, Khatib Am Pengurus Besar Nahdlatul Ulama, Ketua Umum Pengurus Besar Nahdlatul Ulama, segenap alim ulama serta hadirin yang berbahagia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Selamat datang di acara R20 International Summit of Religious Authorities 27 November 2023 di Jakarta dengan mengangkat tema peran agama dalam mengatasi kekerasan di Timur Tengah dan ancaman terhadap tatanan internasional berbasis aturan. Berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk kita semua. Give a big round of applause for all of us.
Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, penyelenggaraan ISORA ini merupakan komitmen Pengurus Besar Nahdlatul Ulama dan bangsa Indonesia untuk mewujudkan perdamaian dunia dan juga kerjasama antar umat beragama.
Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, selanjutnya laporan yang akan disampaikan oleh Ketua Umum Pengurus Besar Nahdlatul Ulama, Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah Sayyidina Maulana Muhammadin ibn Abdillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi mawalah. Amma ba'd, yang kami hormati Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia Insinyur Haji Joko Widodo, yang kami hormati para duta besar negara-negara sahabat yang hadir, saudara kita yang tercinta, duta besar Palestina, duta besar Bosnia, dan perwakilan dari Rusia dan lain-lain yang hadir pada pagi hari ini. Yang kami hormati para Menteri Kabinet Indonesia Maju, Ibu Menlu, Ibu Retno Marsudi, selamat ulang tahun. Hari ini beliau berulang tahun. Hayah Mubarakah. Para menteri lain yang hadir, Menteri Agama, Menteri Tenaga Kerja, Menteri Pan-RB, Ketua BPIP Pak Yudian Wahyudi, yang saya hormati para pengampu wewenang agama dari berbagai negara yang hadir. Alhamdulillah izin melaporkan Bapak Presiden hari ini hadir 30 orang pemimpin dan pengampu wewenang agama dari berbagai agama dan berbagai negara, dari Timur Tengah, dari Amerika dan Eropa, dari Afrika, dan lain-lain. Para tamu undangan, para pemimpin agama dari Indonesia, dan para ulama yang hadir, Fima'izukum. Sejak penyelenggaraan R20 di Bali tahun lalu, para pemimpin agama yang terlibat telah mencapai kesepakatan untuk terus berjuang bersama-sama menghadirkan agama sebagai sumber solusi dari berbagai masalah global. Dan sejak itu pula komunikasi yang erat, koordinasi terus-menerus dilakukan hingga sekarang. Dan saat ini di tengah-tengah semakin meningkatnya ketegangan akibat konflik antar identitas, salah satu di antaranya termasuk yang sampai hari ini masih berlangsung di Gaza, para pemimpin agama ini kemudian bersepakat untuk menyelenggarakan forum pada hari ini yang dituan rumai oleh Nahdlatul Ulama yang kami sebut sebagai R20 International Summit of Religious Authorities. Pertemuan atau muktamar internasional dari para pengampu wewenang keagamaan yang kita selenggarakan dalam bingkai R20 sebagaimana menjadi kesepakatan dari para pemimpin agama untuk menjadikan R20 ini sebagai gerakan global. Dan kebetulan disingkat ISORA. Ini kalau orang Jawa ini menantang, ISORA. Bisa atau tidak. Jadi kita menantang para pemimpin agama ini, bisakah atau tidak sungguh-sungguh menghadirkan agama sebagai sumber solusi dari masalah-masalah kemanusiaan yang sekarang sedang kita hadapi. Kami ucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada Bapak Presiden Insinyur Haji Joko Widodo dan para Menteri Kabinet khususnya Ibu Menlu dan Menteri Agama atas dukungan penuh terhadap penyelenggaraan pertemuan pada hari ini, dan mudah-mudahan nanti pertemuan ini sungguh-sungguh akan mencapai kesepakatan tentang apa tindakan-tindakan nyata yang harus dilakukan bersama-sama oleh komunitas-komunitas agama di seluruh dunia terkait dengan masalah-masalah global yang kita hadapi ini. Nanti insya Allah akan ada pidato kunci juga Bapak Presiden, izin lapor dari Sekretaris Jenderal Rabithah Alam Islami atau Muslim World League, Syekh Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al-Isa, dan hadir di sini mewakili beliau Direktur Rabithah Alam Islami untuk Indonesia dan Asia, His Excellency Ambassador Abdurrahman bin Muhammad Amin Al-Qayyad. Kita semua memohon kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, mudah-mudahan tekad bersama dari para pemimpin agama ini untuk menghadirkan agama secara relevan di tengah-tengah kehidupan umat manusia hari ini dengan sungguh-sungguh menghadirkan jawaban jalan keluar dari berbagai masalah kemanusiaan yang ada. Mudah-mudahan mendapatkan ridho dan mencapai semua maksud-maksud baiknya. Terima kasih, dan kami mohon kepada Bapak Presiden untuk nanti memberikan pidato kunci arahan untuk pertemuan ini sekaligus membuka secara resmi. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thariq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selanjutnya sambutan yang akan disampaikan oleh Sekretaris Jenderal Muslim World League, Syekh Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al-Isa melalui tayangan video berikut ini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalam ala sayyidina wa nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ashab as-samaha wal fadila, ashab al-ghibta wal niyafa, أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صاحب الصدام والصراع التاريخ الإنسانية لأسباب كثيرة، لكن يمكن اختزالها بأنها تعود إلى التجرد من أبجديات الوعي، وبخاصة فهم الاختلاف على أنه يحتم التجافي والكره والتباعد والصراع والصدام. نتج عن هذا التخلف مآس سالت على إثرها الدماء، ومن ثم صارت التداعيات التي سودت فصول ذلكم التاريخ. بل تذكر الدراسات أن تاريخ البشرية المنظور شهد آلاف الحروب التي تسببت في موت مليارات البشر. كان نصيب القرن العشرين منها قرابة 170 مليونا قضوا في 260 نزاعا مسلحا. والأخطر في هذا الصدد هو استدعاء الدين ليكون حاضرا في هذه النزاعات التي لا تمثل سوى أجندتها الفكرية والسياسية والمصالح الأخرى المنبتة الصلة عن حقيقة الدين. وتلك الأطراف وهي في غمرة جهلها أو غمرة توظيفها المتعمد تستدعي الدين للتقوي والتحصن به. لماذا؟ لأنه أقوى أدوات الحشد والتأثير. والدين من حيث أصله الواحد وإن اختلفت شرائعه بريء من العبث الذي يمارسه أدعياؤه باسم الخالق جل وعلا. الدين بمختلف شرائعه يهدف في أصوله إلى إصلاح، في أصوله وفروعه أيضا إلى إصلاح السلوك البشري وتهذيبه وحماية الحضارة الإنسانية بالقيم النبيلة. ولهذا قال سيدنا ونبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم: إنما بعثت لأتمم مكارم الأخلاق، وفي رواية صالح الأخلاق. وغير خاف أن الحروب سلكت مسالك عدة وتشبعت في مجملها بالهمجية والظلم، وتحديدا الاعتداء على تلك القيم التي يشترك الجميع في اعتبارها تمثل الدعائم الخلقية المشتركة. السيدات والسادة، إن كل هذه الحروب تحكي إخفاق الإنسان في إدارة الخلاف بين المكونات الدينية والإثنية والسياسية والاقتصادية إلى آخره، وتحكي نزوعه إلى الحلول المدمرة لتحقيق مصالحه وغاياته الأنانية على طريقة الغاب والسطو والهمجية، ووفق مبدأ البقاء للأقوى، وهو ما يؤكد حاجتنا إلى الحكمة البالغة والرؤية الصادقة المجردة، وذلك بغية استطلاع سبل السلام واختيار مسلك التعايش والتآلف بوئام بديلا لدوامة العنف والعنف المضاد. لقد كان إنشاء المنظمات الدولية بعد الحربين العالميتين الأولى والثانية محاولة جادة للحد من الحروب وتأثيراتها السلبية، وذلك بوضع مجموعة من المواثيق والمؤسسات الدولية والأممية التي أرست مجموعة من الأطر الأخلاقية والفرص الحقيقية التي من شأنها أن تحد من حالة الصراع والاحترام، وأن توجد مناخا حقيقيا يدعم السلم العالمي ويجنب الإنسانية ويلات الصراع والصدام. لكنها مع بالغ الأسف كانت في عدد من سياقاتها غير جادة ولا حازمة، وفي أخرى مقيدة ومنحازة، وفي ثالثة تفتقد إلى الكثير من الشفافية والتوازن والعدالة، وهو ما أحالها إلى أدوات محدودة الفعالية في تحقيق أهدافها التي وضعت من أجلها. وفيما يحدث اليوم في فلسطين خير شاهد على إخفاق المجتمع الدولي في تحقيق العدالة الناجزة في قضية مركزية، في قضية لها امتداداتها العالمية، حيث تحولت إلى بؤرة للصراع والتوتر العالمي بسبب انتكاسة المجتمع الدولي في تنفيذ قرارات الأمم المتحدة ومؤسساتها. هناك قرارات وكثيرة لكنها عالقة، ونحن في رابطة العالم الإسلامي نطالب بالوقوف بحزم أمام كل باعث يفضي إلى تلك الحروب التي تطحن في رحاها آلاف من الأبرياء، ونطالب دول العالم ومنظماته بالوقوف صفا واحدا للعمل الحثيث على وقف كافة الحروب، ولا سيما الحرب الهمجية على غزة، والبحث عن حلول مستدامة لهذا الصراع تقوم على تفعيل القرارات والمواثيق الدولية على نحو حازم وجاد وعادل. إننا وبحمد الله لم نأل جهدا للإسهام من خلال رسالتنا في خفض العنف وتعزيز السلام والوئام العالمي، وما زلنا نسعى مع شركائنا من أتباع الأديان وحلفائنا من المؤسسات الفكرية والمجتمعية الوازنة في تقديم مبادرات وبرامج لإرساء السلام المستدام على أسس من العدالة والرحمة. نسأل الله جل وعلا أن يكلل مساعينا جميعا بالتوفيق، وأن تكون هذه القمة العالمية خطوة ذات إسهام فاعل في التحالف بين قوى الخير، قوى الخير المحبة للسلام، لسلام عالمنا ووئام مجتمعاته الوطنية، في إطار جهود رأب الصدع بين دول العالم وشعوبه، وتعزيز الصداقة والتعاون بين الشعوب والأمم. والشكر موصول للإخوة الكرام في جمعية نهضة العلماء على هذا التواصل والتحالف المحمود، داعين الله تعالى أن يسدد خطانا ويبارك مساعينا وأن يدلنا على خير أمرنا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, berbagai konflik yang saat ini terjadi di berbagai belahan dunia tentu telah merusak tatanan perdamaian dunia. Selanjutnya kita akan saksikan bersama video peran Nahdlatul Ulama dalam menyikapi kekerasan di Timur Tengah dengan tatanan internasional berbasis aturan. Selamat menyaksikan.
R20 ISORA, addressing Middle East violence to a rules-based international order. In November 2022, the Central Board of Nahdlatul Ulama and the Muslim World League initiated the G20 Religion Forum, known as R20, in Bali and Yogyakarta. The event was attended by hundreds of religious leaders from around the world, They gather with a shared concern. Can religious values be a solution to various global problems? All those participants at the event agreed that religious values could be a solution to the current global challenges to humanity. This consensus was formalized in the R20 Bali communique aimed at striving to ensure that religion functions as a source of global solutions. Key points in the communique said, safeguard human beings from violence and suffering precipitated by conflict, and call upon the world to actively assist those who are suffering the consequences of such violence. To continue the R20 initiative, the Central Board of Nahdlatul Ulama organized the ASEAN Intercultural and Interreligious Dialogue Conference, or ASEAN IIDZ, in August 2023 in Jakarta. Participants from Asian countries also agreed on a declaration emphasizing the importance of intergovernmental cooperation to address any humanitarian issues for global peace. Today, amid the complex situation in the Middle East, with the ongoing war between Israel and Palestine, the Central Board of Nahdlatul Ulama continues the initiative stemming from R20 and ASEAN IIDC through an event titled the International Summit of Religious Authorities, or R20 ISORA. R20 ISORA encourages the establishment of a global alliance founded upon shared civilizational values and a rules-based international order.
PBNU menggambarkan peran pentingnya dalam menginisiasi isu-isu internasional, menunjukkan komitmen dalam mencari solusi bersama untuk menjunjung tinggi perdamaian.
Dan tentunya melalui langkah-langkah proaktifnya, pengurus besar Nahdlatul Ulama berperan sebagai agen perdamaian, membawa suara kearifan Islam untuk merespon tantangan global dan mempromosikan kolaborasi lintas negara.
Video ini juga mengilustrasikan upaya PBNU dalam membangun jembatan dialog dan kerjasama, mendorong pemahaman bersama untuk mencapai tujuan perdamaian global. Bapak Ibu, kita beri tepuk tangan untuk kita semua.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, selanjutnya marilah kita simak bersama sambutan Presiden Republik Indonesia Bapak Joko Widodo dilanjutkan dengan pemukulan tambur beduk sebagai tanda peresmian pembukaan R20 International Summit of Religious Authorities.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati para Menteri Kabinet Indonesia Maju, hadir bersama kita Ibu Menteri Luar Negeri, Pak Menteri Agama. Yang saya hormati yang mulia para duta besar negara-negara sahabat. Yang saya hormati Katib Am PBNU Bapak Kyai Haji Ahmad Said Asrori. Yang saya hormati Ketua Umum PBNU Bapak Kyai Haji Yahya Kolil-Stakuf. Yang saya hormati yang mulia para tokoh-tokoh agama dari seluruh dunia yang hadir pada pagi hari ini, para anggota delegasi R20, hadirin dan undangan yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama, khusus kepada para tamu dari negara-negara sahabat, saya ingin mengucapkan selamat datang di Indonesia, selamat datang di Jakarta, dan terima kasih telah aktif bersama Indonesia berupaya memperkokoh perdamaian dunia dan menjembatani perbedaan-perbedaan. Karena sungguh tidak masuk di nalar, sungguh tidak masuk di dalam nurani kita. Di dunia yang super modern sekarang ini masih terjadi perang dan pembantaian secara terang-terangan yang merenggut warga sipil, yang merenggut perempuan dan anak-anak. Tragedi kemanusiaan di Palestina tidak bisa ditolerir sedikit pun. Gencatan senjata harus segera dilakukan, bantuan kemanusiaan harus dipercepat, dan perundingan damai harus segera dimulai. Indonesia meyakini bahwa kemerdekaan adalah hak segala bangsa dan hal tersebut tegas dinyatakan dalam Konstitusi Indonesia. Indonesia juga memiliki pengalaman panjang dalam merajut keberagaman, dalam menjembatani perbedaan-perbedaan, dan dalam mempersatukan kemajemukan. Saat ini penduduk Indonesia hampir mencapai 280 juta, yang terdiri dari 714 suku, dengan lebih dari 1.300 bahasa lokal atau bahasa daerah, memeluk agama yang berbeda-beda, dan hidup di 17.000 pulau yang kita miliki. Bukan hal yang mudah untuk mempersatukannya, tapi kita bisa, dan kita bersyukur bahwa Indonesia mampu mengikis ego kesukuan, mampu mengikis ego keagamaan, mampu mengikis ego kedaerahan, sehingga mampu mewujudkan Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity, di mana hal tersebut tidak akan mampu diwujudkan jika tidak didukung oleh ajaran-ajaran agama. Tidak akan mampu diwujudkan jika tidak didukung oleh para pemimpin agama. Yang mengajarkan cinta tanah air adalah bagian dari iman. Toleransi terhadap perbedaan-perbedaan adalah bagian dari iman. Dan menjaga persatuan juga bagian dari iman. Indonesia meyakini peran agama, peran tokoh-tokoh agama dan masyarakat sangat penting dalam menciptakan perdamaian, dalam menciptakan kerukunan dan kebersamaan, baik di dalam suatu negara, di dalam kawasan maupun dunia. Oleh sebab itu, saya sangat menghargai, saya sangat mengapresiasi diselenggarakannya forum ini. Marilah kita jadikan dialog lintas agama, lintas bangsa untuk menjembatani perbedaan dan menghentikan segala bentuk pertikaian-pertikaian, sehingga dunia yang damai, dunia yang rukun, dunia yang sejahtera mampu kita wujudkan bersama. Dan dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, pada pagi hari ini secara resmi saya buka Religion of 20 International Summit of Religious Authorities. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dilanjutkan pemukulan tambur beduk. Mohon berkenan mendampingi Bapak Presiden ke atas panggung, Menteri Luar Negeri, Menteri Agama, Director of the Muslim World League, PJ Gubernur DKI Jakarta, Khatib Am PBNU, Ketua Umum PBNU. Baik, mohon berkenan untuk kami pandu dengan hitungan ketiga. 1, 2, 3. Dengan ini, pembukaan International Summit of Religious Authorities 2023 secara resmi telah dibuka oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia. Kami haturkan terima kasih. Selanjutnya kami persilahkan untuk kembali ke tempat duduk.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, sebagai bentuk rasa syukur kita kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala atas terselenggaranya acara ini, marilah kita sejenak berdoa bersama, dan doa akan dipimpin oleh Kiai Haji Ahmad Said Asrori selaku Khatib Am PBNU.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu, ya Rabbana lakal syukru, ya Rabbana lakal thana. Kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammadin صلاة تنجينا بها من جميع الأهوال والآفات وتقضي لنا بها جميع الحاجات وتطهرنا بها من جميع السيئات وترفعنا بها عندك عن درجات وتبلغنا بأقصى الغايات من جميع الخيرات في الحياة وبعد الممات. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه حق قدره ومقدار العظيم. اللهم ألف بين قلوبنا يا اللهم ألف بين قلوبنا اللهم ألف بين قلوبنا اللهم ألف بين قلوب الناس وأصلح ذات بيننا واهدنا سبل السلام ونجنا من الظلمات إلى النور وجنبنا الفواحش ما ظهر منها وما بطن. اللهم بارك لنا في أسمائنا وأبصارنا قلوبنا وأزواجنا وأولادنا وذرياتنا وبلادنا يا الله واهدنا يا الله إلى صراطك المستقيم صراط الأنبياء والمرسلين. اللهم يا ميسر كل عسير اللهم يسر لنا أمورنا وحصل مقاصدنا وقضي حاجاتنا وأدي ديوننا واغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مسلمين. اللهم يسر وحصل وكمل وبارك أمورنا خصوصا يا الله الأمور الإنسانية التي تبحث في هذا المجمع يا الله. إساروا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين في مجمع يا الله ISORA برحمتك وبفضلك يا الله. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وأدخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رب العالمين. إنك على كل شيء قدير وبالإجابة جدير. يا فتاح يا عليم يا فتاح يا عليم يا فتاح يا عليم. اللهم افتح لنا قلوبنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم هذا دعاؤنا كما أمرتنا فاستجب دعانا كما وعدتنا بالسر. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Selanjutnya sesi foto bersama. We continue to the photo session. We would like to invite the religious leaders from various countries to come to the stage. Mohon berkenan untuk para undangan pemuka agama dari berbagai negara menuju tempat yang telah ditentukan.
Dan dengan hormat kami turut mengundang untuk dapat berfoto bersama Presiden Republik Indonesia, para duta besar negara sahabat, Director of Muslim World League, para Menteri Kabinet Indonesia Maju, PJ Gubernur DKI Jakarta, Katib Am PBNU, Ketua Umum PBNU.
Hitungan akan kami pandu. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Selesai.
Baik, dengan demikian pembukaan R20 International Summit of Religious Authorities 2023 telah selesai. Segenap delegasi kami persilahkan untuk dapat kembali ke tempat.
We would like to invite all the delegation to back to your seat.
Baik, terima kasih kami haturkan kepada Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia. Selanjutnya, Presiden Republik Indonesia berkenan meninggalkan tempat acara. Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
Kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk kehadiran dari Presiden Republik Indonesia. Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, kita akan beristirahat sejenak. Kepada seluruh tamu undangan kami persilahkan untuk menikmati hidangan coffee break yang telah disediakan. Kita akan berkumpul lagi pada plenary session 1 pada pukul 10:10. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to enjoy the coffee break. We will gather here again for the plenary session 1. For about 15 minutes. Again, the coffee break served in front of the ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, again we invite you to enjoy the coffee break for about 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, we would like to invite you come to the stage because we are going to have the plenary session 1.
Sekali lagi kami informasikan pada Bapak Ibu bahwa kita akan menikmati coffee break sesaat. Kita memiliki waktu 15 menit untuk menikmati hidangan coffee break dan setelah itu kita akan melanjutkan di plenary session 1. Terima kasih.
cek satu aman ya, cek dua aman ya, cek tiga aman, Cek
Assalamualaikum.
cek 4, cek 4, cek 4, 4, cek 4. Cek 5, cek 5, cek 5, cek 5, cek. Cek 6, cek 6, cek.
Assalamualaikum.
Cek. Cek 7, cek 7, cek 7, cek. Cek 10, cek 10, cek 10, cek. Cek 11, cek 11, cek 11. Cek 12, cek 12, cek. Cek 13, cek 13, cek. Cek 14, cek 14, cek.
Cek 8, cek. Cek 9, cek.
Mohon perhatian kepada segenap Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ballroom. Kami mohon berkenan untuk segera memasuki ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Karena sesaat lagi kita akan memulai plenary session 1 pada kesempatan siang hari ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to back to your seat. We are about to start for the plenary session 1. Again, for all of the delegation and participants for today's meeting, we are about to start our plenary session 1. We are inviting you to join us and remain seated.
Sama dengan ini ya. Kita manggil ini ya dulu panelisnya ya. Ada berapa panelis di 8?
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to the plenary session 1. We are about to start the plenary session 1. You please back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilahkan untuk kembali ke dalam ruangan. Kita akan memulai acara kita pada pagi hari ini. Kita akan menuju ke sesi pertama, plenary sesi pertama. Juga kami kembali mengingatkan untuk alat komunikasi bisa dikondisikan ke mode silent.
hadir di ballroom untuk melaksanakan agenda selanjutnya, yaitu kita menuju plenary session 1. Namun sebelum kita menuju ke plenary session 1, kita terlebih dahulu akan mendengarkan bersama keynote speech oleh Ketua Umum Pengurus Besar Nahdlatul Ulama. Kepada yang terhormat, Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, disilahkan.
Honorable Eminences, Excellencies, Honorables, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, these days we all feel sad to see the conflicts that are still going on in many places in the world, and that many of those conflicts bring religion as an element. And even in many of the conflicts that is happening, religion is function as a weapon or as a base of group consolidation against others. And we feel sad about that now, and we feel that it is absolutely inappropriate to use religion in that way. The thing is, ladies and gentlemen, some decades ago, maybe a century ago, or some centuries before, in the era of our grandfather, our great-grandfather, because I can see that most of us here were born not longer than maybe 70, 60, 70 years ago. But our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers, they experienced a time, an era, where conflicts were normal. They experienced an era when it was normal to use religion as the base of conflict. We can see in history, for centuries and even for thousands of years, human beings engage in identity conflicts against each other, and each group consolidate on the base of religion. We also know from history that there was an era in human civilization that destroying each other, enslaving each other were normal. Disregarding the rights of others was normal back in that time. And even the discourse in our respective religion saw that it was normal back then. In Islam, for example, back in the Middle Age, the discourse was seeing others as subject of suspicion, subject of discrimination, and even enmity. And is there. It was there in the religious discourse. And I would guess that the same case also with the other religion, the discourse in all religion. Since this construct of the law of the jungle in the past, when the powerful can just destroy the powerless, exploit the powerless without any objections from any direction. We know from history that construct then led to a great global catastrophe. The world experienced two great wars, the World War I and the World War II, which took unprecedented casualties as the cost of the war. In the World War I, there were more than 21 million lives were lost. And in the World War II, approximately 85 million lives. With this tragedy then, thanks to God, the international leaders were thinking about the need for a consensus to end the threat of this kind of conflicts. That's how they achieved this.
Dengan cara itulah mereka mencapai konsensus
by signing a charter
suatu piagam
26 of June
pada 26 Juni 1945 di San Francisco yang pada saat itu disebut Piagam Perserikatan Bangsa-Bangsa dan diikuti dengan diaktifkannya Organisasi Perserikatan Bangsa-Bangsa. Dan tidak lama setelah itu pada 1948 diikuti dengan resolusi PBB tentang Deklarasi Universal untuk Hak Asasi Manusia. Semua konsensus ini dimaksudkan untuk mengakhiri bencana yang disebabkan oleh konflik dan peperangan.
Religions,
agama-agama
religious leaders
dan para pemuka agama
were not too much involved,
tidak terlalu terlibat dalam prakarsa dalam konsensus internasional tersebut.
When the UN Charter was
saat
signed
piagam PBB ditandatangani pada 1945,
it was the political leaders,
pemimpin politiklah dan bukan pemimpin para pemuka agama yang terlibat.
Until now,
dan
even,
sampai sekarang,
bahkan
sampai sekarang tidak ada pemuka agama yang diundang untuk menandatangani piagam yang begitu penting tersebut. Dan mungkin karena itulah
it's been so slow
begitu lambat bahwa agama
internalize or adopt
mengadopsi
the
atau
principles
menginternalisasi prinsip-prinsip
that have been consented by
yang telah
international
disepakati
leaders,
oleh para pemimpin internasional,
international political leaders,
para
with
pemimpin
this charter
politik internasional
and
dengan
UDHR
piagamnya
resolution.
dan dengan resolusi deklarasi hak
But because of this consensus
asasi manusia
and the efforts
universal
by international
dan
community
upaya
to promote
oleh
it,
komunitas internasional untuk
all this time,
mempromosikannya pada
that
semua
the principle
waktu
of
ini,
peace
yaitu prinsip
and harmony
perdamaian
and
dan
justice
hidup perdamaian,
and equal
pendampingan
dignity
dan
among
keadilan
human beings
dan martabat yang
then
setara antara semua manusia,
are mostly
maka dengan
accepted
demikian
by
mayoritas
our
diterima
global society.
oleh masyarakat global kita.
And because of that,
Dan karena itu,
then now we
maka
share
sekarang kita
like a new
bersama-sama
feeling
memiliki
about
semacam
conflicts
rasa baru
and the function
tentang
of
konflik
religion
dan fungsi
and the
agama
interaction between
dalam
different
interaksi
groups
antara berbagai kelompok yang
and
berbeda
align with the principle
dalam
in the
menyelaraskan
consensus,
dengan prinsip-prinsip dalam
which is
konsensus,
equal dignity,
yaitu
compassion,
martabat yang
justice,
setara,
harmony, and so forth.
hidup berdampingan secara harmonis, keadilan, dan
But
sebagainya.
because
Tapi karena
these ideas
gagasan-gagasan ini
are not yet
masih belum
settled or integrated
terintegrasi
into the authoritative discourse
dalam
of our
diskursus
religion,
kewenangan
then we still
agama kita,
see up
maka
until
kita
now
masih melihat hingga saat
group
ini adanya
of
kelompok-kelompok agama,
group of people
kelompok-kelompok
using
orang
religion
yang memanfaatkan
as
agama
the justification,
sebagai
as the reason
justifikasi, sebagai
to
alasan
wage
untuk
enmity and conflict
melancarkan
and communal
peperangan dan
hatred
konflik
against each
dan
other.
kebencian satu dengan lainnya.
I told you
Saya mengatakan
before,
sebelumnya bahwa
Indonesia has been famous
sangat
as a
terkenal
country
sebagai
of
negara
tolerance and harmony
yang penuh toleransi dan hidup
under the principle
secara
of
harmonis
Bhinneka Tunggal Ika,
di bawah
as
prinsip
mentioned by
Bhinneka Tunggal
His
Ika
Excellency
seperti
Presiden
yang
Jokowi
telah
this
disebutkan
morning.
oleh Yang Mulia Presiden Joko Widodo
Unity
pada pagi hari ini.
amidst diversity. But just
Beragam
couple
tapi
days ago,
satu, tapi beberapa hari yang lalu
2 days
saja,
ago,
2
on the
hari lalu
evening of
saja pada
Saturday,
malam hari Sabtu,
it was happened that a group
terjadi bahwa
of
satu kelompok
Muslims
orang Muslim
clashed with a group of Christians
berseteru dengan orang Kristen
in one part of this country,
di
in
salah satu
Bitung.
bagian di negara ini, yaitu di Bitung.
And
Dan
the issue that triggered
permasalahan yang
the
memicu
clash, the conflicts,
perseteruan
was
konflik ini
this
adalah
Israeli-Palestinian problem.
masalah Israel-Palestina
So
ini.
it was a conflict between a
Jadi
group
konflik
of
ada
pro-Palestinian Muslims
Muslim yang
against
pro-Palestina
pro-Israeli
terhadap
Christians.
Kristen yang pro-Israel.
So there are still
Maka
people
masih ada
who
orang-orang yang
want to bring religion
mengangkat
into conflict like this.
agama dalam
And they
konflik
truly
seperti
feel
ini.
that
Dan
it is
mereka betul-betul merasa
it is a religious
bahwa
obligation
ini adalah
according to
kewajiban
whatever they
agama mereka
understand from
sesuai dengan pemahaman mereka
the
dari
respective religious teachings, that they
ajaran
are
agama
obliged
masing-masing
to
bahwa
engage
mereka
in
wajib
such conflicts
melakukan
against
konflik
the other
seperti
side.
ini terhadap pihak yang berseberangan dengan mereka.
So
Maka
my point is that we are
yang saya maksud
we are
adalah
still facing
bahwa
a big
kita
challenge.
masih menghadapi tantangan besar.
If we want
Apabila
solution
kita menginginkan solusi
for all
untuk
this
semua
ongoing conflict
konflik
that
yang
still
berkepanjangan
happening
ini
here
yang
and
masih
there,
berlangsung di sana
Middle
sini,
East,
di Timur Tengah,
in Sub-Sahara, in
di
Europe, and so forth,
Sub-Sahara, di
everywhere in the world.
Eropa, dan seterusnya di semua
Any
belahan
solution
dunia.
would need a framework for
Solusi
it.
apapun akan membutuhkan suatu kerangka
What would be
kerja.
the frame?
Apa
The framework for
bingkainya,
solution,
apa
something
kerangka
that makes
kerjanya,
any
sesuatu
strategy,
hal yang
any
membuat
efforts
semua
workable,
strategi dan
doable,
berupaya
and
dapat
decisive,
dilakukan
can reach
dan
a decisive
bisa
results.
mendapatkan hasil yang konkret.
If you look
Apabila
at what we
kita
have
melihat
now,
apa
we can see
yang
actually we already
kita miliki
have
sekarang, sebetulnya kita sudah memiliki
in our hands
di tangan kita
an existing framework all
kerangka
this
kerja,
time, which is the new
yaitu
international consensus
konsensus internasional
after
yang baru
the World War II,
pasca Perang
namely
Dunia Kedua,
the
yaitu
United Nations Charter,
Piagam
United Nations Organization,
PBB,
and the
organisasi
Universal
PBB,
Declaration of
dan
Human
Deklarasi
Rights.
Universal untuk hak asasi manusia.
It can be the framework, and it is
Ini bisa
workable
menjadi kerangka kerja dan dapat
if
difungsikan
then
apabila
everybody,
semua
every actors
aktor
involved in this
yang
international
terlibat
affairs
dalam
would
urusan internasional
really
ini benar-benar
consistent in
konsisten
implementing
dalam mengimplementasikan
the principles
prinsip-prinsip
in this
dalam
consensus,
konsensus tersebut.
would really
Apabila
consistent in
semua pihak konsisten
applying
dalam
this
menerapkan
consensus in our
konsensus
international affairs.
dalam urusan internasional kita.
The fact that we are still
Fakta
seeing
bahwa kita masih
problems
melihat adanya permasalahan,
keep going on
permasalahan yang terus
up until
berlangsung
now because
hingga saat ini
it's because
karena
there are still some
masih adanya
actors
beberapa aktor
in the global dynamics
dalam dinamika
that
global
have the interest
yang memiliki kepentingan
disregards or
dalam
even
mengabaikan
undermine
atau
the
bahkan
principles in
melemahkan
this international
prinsip-prinsip
consensus.
dalam konsensus internasional tersebut.
So
Maka
the way I see it,
dari sudut pandang
what we need
kami,
now
yang dibutuhkan
is
sekarang
a
adalah
strategy
suatu
to
strategi
strengthen
dalam rangka
this
memperkuat
framework, this
kerangka
already
kerja
existing
yang sudah
framework.
ada ini.
How we can work to push all the
Bagaimana kita
actors
bekerja
involved
untuk
in international
mendorong semua
affairs
aktor
to
yang
truly
terlibat dalam urusan internasional
abide
untuk betul-betul
by this
mematuhi konsensus tersebut.
Well, as religious leaders, as
Bahwa sebagai
the
pemuka
bearers
agama,
of religious
sebagai
authorities,
pengampu
we may say
kewenangan
that
agama,
this consensus
kita bisa
was
mengatakan
initiative coming
ini adalah
from
suatu prakarsa yang datang dari
religious environment. It
bukan
was the political
saja
leaders who
ini
made the consensus, not
konsensus ini
religious
terjadi dalam ranah politik,
But
bukan pemuka agama yang membuatnya.
I would
Namun
say
saya mengatakan bahwa
it is absolutely easy
sangat
for
mudah
us
untuk kita
from the perspective of
dari
our
sudut pandang
religion, our respective religion,
agama kita
whatever religion
masing-masing,
it is,
terlepas dari agamanya,
that the principles
bahwa prinsip-prinsip
that were consented
yang
by
disetujui
these international
oleh
political leaders
para
actually
pemimpin politik
are in
internasional
line
ini sebetulnya
with
selaras
our
dengan
beliefs, in
keyakinan
line
kita,
with
selaras
the
dengan
principles, the fundamental
prinsip-prinsip
teachings of our
ajaran
religion.
yang mendasari
Because we
agama
know
kita.
that the
Karena kita
religion,
mengetahui
our
bahwa
religion,
agama kita
are not just about
tidak hanya
the right God
berhubungan
against
dengan
the false God. Religion is not just
Tuhan yang
about
palsu
the
dan
right
Tuhan yang
beliefs
tepat bukan hanya tentang keyakinan yang benar, melainkan agama itu adalah bagaimana membantu sesama umat manusia untuk bisa berkehidupan dengan lebih baik, dengan kondisi yang lebih bermartabat. Maka prinsip-prinsip yang disetujui dalam konsensus internasional ini dimaksudkan untuk memulai tatanan baru agar umat manusia sebagai peradaban bisa bekerja sama menuju kondisi yang lebih baik, yang lebih bermartabat dibandingkan pada masa lalu. Saya rasa kita pasti juga setuju bahwa ini semua selaras dengan ajaran-ajaran dasar agama kita masing-masing. Dan melihat situasinya, kebutuhan yang begitu mendesak dari komunitas internasional kita untuk mencari jalan menuju perdamaian, maka saya katakan bahwa merupakan tanggung jawab kita sebagai pemuka agama, sebagai pengampu kewenangan agama, untuk memobilisasi sumber daya apapun yang kita miliki selama tangan kita dapat meraihnya, untuk memobilisasi menuju penguatan dari kerangka kerja yang kita miliki dalam konsensus internasional untuk
decisive actions toward solutions. This gathering today
perkumpulan kita hari ini
not just to articulate our
bukan hanya mengartikulasikan pemikiran kita, bukan sekedar untuk menyebarkan pesan-pesan, bukan sekedar untuk
proselytize the beautiful teachings
mengumandangkan indahnya ajaran agama kita, melainkan dalam hal ini kita ingin melihat adanya keinginan tulus untuk mengambil tindakan, untuk bertindak dan bertindak sama di antara pemuka agama dan pengampu kewenangan agama, karena ini juga merupakan tanggung jawab agama untuk melihat nasib yang lebih baik untuk peradaban manusia. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf.
Terima kasih banyak.
Alright, well, the next agenda, we are moving on to the plenary session 1 with the topic preserving and strengthening the post-World War II global consensus that serve as the foundation of a rules-based international order. And we would like to invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Timothy Shah from Center for Shared Civilization Values.
Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum. Greetings of peace and grace. God bless you. I'm Timothy Shaw, Director of Strategic Initiatives for the Center for Shared Civilizational Values. It is my great honor and privilege to continue the discussion that we began as we gather this morning for the R20 International Summit of Religious Authorities, ISORA, Religion's Role in Addressing Middle East Violence and Threats to a Rules-Based International Order. I'm going to make a few remarks as we begin our plenary session, which is entitled Preserving and Strengthening the Post-World War II Global Consensus that serves as the foundation of a rules-based international order. This is going to be a panel discussion with distinguished religious authorities gathered from around the world. And I'm going to ask those who are participating in this panel to come forward now and take your seats. I'm going to ask Dr. Kyle Wisdom, Cesar Rossello, Imam Talib Shareef, Reverend Raymond D'Souza, Dr. Jacqueline Rivers, and all the other members of the panel to come forward, including Bishop Dapo Asaju, Imam Yahya Pallavicini, Dr. Walter Ratliff, Ms. Zainab Al-Suwaij, and Dr. James Dorsey. Please take your seats and welcome. I'm especially grateful that these distinguished authorities, religious leaders, scholars, journalists have traveled long distances on very short notice to join us to respond to the call that Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf has issued to all of us around the world, a call to strengthen rather than allow to be weakened the post-World War II rules-based international order. So I'm extremely grateful to all of you for joining us here in Jakarta. The motto of our gathering is, "Let us unite to abolish the primordial cycle of hatred, tyranny, and violence that plagues humanity." Right as we speak, conflict in the Middle East is shattering the lives of countless Palestinians and Israelis alike. But also, as Gus Yahya said in his remarks just a moment ago, this conflict is polarizing and destabilizing societies worldwide, including right here in Indonesia. And the fact that this conflict is so profound, that it is so polarizing, means that religious authorities face a stark choice. Will we act to ensure that our religious traditions serve as a genuine and dynamic source of solutions rather than problems in the 21st century, or will we acquiesce in the demise of the post-World War II rules-based international order by remaining silent or even cooperating with those who weaponize identity in order to destroy, in order to foster tribalism, monopolize power, and destroy others? In the current geopolitical context today, religious authorities, that means those of us gathered in this room, those of us on the stage, religious authorities elsewhere around the world, religious authorities bear a special and unique responsibility and duty. For group identities, including religious, ethnic, and ideological, underlie and animate virtually every major political conflict in the world today. In this context, religious authorities, you religious authorities gathered here, have a special duty and a grave responsibility. From ancient times until the modern era, religion in particular has played a decisive role in shaping the moral framework and cultural norms of societies everywhere on earth. In addition, religious believers constitute 80% of the world's population and therefore constitute the single largest demographic within the human family. Religious and ideological conflicts nonetheless represent a particularly virulent threat to international peace and security. For as we see all around us, and as we're seeing in Indonesia as well, religious and ideological conflicts don't remain localized. They tend to metastasize and spread globally. due to the ready appeal of sectarianism to those of like identity dwelling elsewhere. The spread of identity-based conflicts everywhere is creating nothing less than an existential threat to global peace and security. We are seeing growing and deepening conflicts between cultures, between nations, between ethnicities, between religions, between languages, and even between civilizations. As Samuel Huntington wrote exactly 30 years ago this year in his article in Foreign Affairs, instead of conflicts over political ideology dominating the world, conflicts between capitalism, socialism, and communism, or between democracy and fascism, we are seeing a growing and spreading clash of civilizations and a clash of civilizational identity, which divides nations from other nations, but also creates divisions and conflicts within nations. Such religious and cultural and civilizational conflicts feed upon and perpetuate the primordial cycle of hatred, tyranny, and violence that has plagued humanity since before the dawn of history. These conflicts beget immense suffering and an endless procession of victims and grievances whose claims to justice can never be fully satisfied. Ironically, these collective demands for justice, asserted in the name of a de facto tribal identity group, are often weaponized to victimize other groups in turn. This age-old pattern of group conflict and violence culminated in the horrors of the Second World War, killing something like 85 million people worldwide, and the subsequent emergence of a nascent global consensus with the establishment of the United Nations organization and its adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights were intended and were designed to abolish this primordial cycle of violence by establishing a rules-based international order that would protect national sovereignty and ensure respect for the equal rights and dignity of all. The UN organization, the UN Charter, and the UDHR, of course, are not perfect. The structure and functioning of the United Nations is problematic. However, by accepting the UN Charter, the nations of the world have endorsed, pardon me, at least in principle, the vision of a secure and peaceful world, free of military aggrandizement, unjust discrimination, and oppression. As we approach the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights this coming December 10th, we again face a stark choice. Will our religious communities work to save the idea and the architecture of a rules-based international order, or will we allow our religions to continue to be instrumentalized and weaponized by powerful political interests, by toxic nationalism, by racism, by tribalism, by interests that have no desire to perpetuate a rules-based international order, but instead would prefer to see the world revert to the law of the jungle? It is not an accident, let me just say before we begin our panel, that in having this discussion and in confronting this global crisis, it is not an accident that we are gathering here in Indonesia. The fact that we are here, first of all, reflects the visionary leadership of Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf. In his leadership, he's also been encouraged and supported, we're proud and very happy to say, by the government of Indonesia, which was represented, of course, this morning by His Excellency Joko Widodo, President of the Republic of Indonesia. And the fact that these great leaders are seeking to strengthen the rules-based international order, in fact, reflects the foundational mission and vocation of the great country Indonesia where we stand today. The very constitution of Indonesia, its original constitution of 1945, in the very preamble, calls for the creation of, quote, a government of the nation of Indonesia, which shall protect all the people of Indonesia, so that all the blood that has been spilled to attain independence shall not be in vain, and to improve public welfare, educate the people, and, note this, participate in establishing a world order founded upon the principles of freedom, perpetual peace, and social justice." Unquote. In other words, the Constitution of Indonesia, the very DNA of Indonesia, is designed not just to serve the self-interest of Indonesia. It is rather to promote a world order that advances the freedom, peace, and justice of the human family. So, on behalf of all of us, I'd like to thank, from the bottom of my heart, Kiai Haji Yai Khalil Stakuf and the people of Indonesia for setting an example for the entire world. And so we enthusiastically and humbly join in the effort that is being led by our Indonesian friends. Without further ado, it's my privilege to welcome and introduce our panelists who will contribute to the goals I just described, the goals of strengthening and mobilizing the resources of religion to strengthen and restore a rules-based international order in the 21st century and to stop the cycle of violence, hatred, and conflict that we're seeing accelerating in so many parts of the world. Our first speaker to contribute to our discussion will be Dr. Kyle Wisdom, a PhD, who is an alumnus of Middlesex University and the Oxford Center for Mission Studies. He is here to represent the 600 million member World Evangelical Alliance, the largest Protestant assembly and gathering and organization in the world. Dr. Kyle Wisdom is no stranger to Indonesia. His research has focused on the interplay between religion and state, with an emphasis on Indonesia, where Kyle lived for more than a decade. And so welcome back to Indonesia, Dr. Wisdom. I should say that Dr. Wisdom is here representing our friend Dr. Thomas K. Johnson, who is a human rights theorist, moral philosopher, and evangelical theologian who could not be here for health reasons. And so Dr. Kyle Wisdom will read the remarks that the Honorable Reverend Dr. Thomas K. Johnson composed for the occasion. So it's our pleasure to welcome you, Dr. Wisdom.
Silakan, Dr. Wisdom, waktu dan tempat kami serahkan.
From 1945 to 1950, our ancestors attempted a reboot of society. Countries took their independence from distant, abusive sovereigns. New constitutions were written. The UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights were proclaimed. The World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Health Organization set to work. Religious scholars and members reassessed the relation between faith and national identities. This reboot became part of the rules-based international order. It was a massive attempt to avoid repeating the 35 years during which my grandparents observed 2 world wars, countless war crimes, genocide and ethnic cleansing, atrocities, starvation, a depression, and a Holocaust. The rules-based order was partly successful. World War III stayed cold, and billions of people had the opportunity to live. After 1989, I thought rules and rights might prevail. With my family, I moved to the other side of the Iron Curtain to see a free society unfold. I was not entirely disappointed. The rules-based order, a decade ago, Pope Francis began to describe a piecemeal Third World War. This first seemed a conflict of civilizations, but now it appears to be a rejection of post-war renewal. We see conflicts without number, and our mechanisms to solve conflict are shaking. We put treaties constitutions, charters, and declarations on paper with great fanfare. Then society went paperless, a symbol of shredding a heritage. For answers, I turned to the judges administering war crimes trials after the war. I found this, quote, the trials of these Japanese and Germans all took place under a philosophical cloud. None of the defendants had broken the laws of their countries, since all of their actions had been allowed by the legal systems of their own nations. Since they were not American citizens, they were not subject to American law. Respected legal scholars pointed out that international law did not hold individuals criminally accountable for conducting wars. End quote. Some of the judges responded by saying that murder is murder, even if something is wrong in the legal system. They conducted trials on that basis. Others probed deeper. Justice Henry Bernard of the International Tribunal for the Far East wrote, quote, there is no doubt in my mind that such a war of aggression is and always has been a crime in the eyes of reason and universal conscience. Expressions of natural law upon which an international tribunal can and must base itself to judge the conduct of the accused. The natural law is shared by all, individuals and nations. Although opinions differ as to its nature, its existence is not seriously contested or contestable. End quote. We who follow Bernard may prefer the terminology of law of humanity. The term natural law sounds like the law of the jungle. Nevertheless, he identified the issue behind the reboot of society in which he participated. The leaders of that renewal assumed that there is a known global standard for human behavior. This provides the basis for war crimes tribunals, declarations of human rights, and a UN charter. In our forgetful times, we need to remind people of the great society-forming documents of our grandparents. But to recover peaceful international relations, we need many people to read the principles written on our hearts and our minds, to open our eyes to reason and universal conscience. A rules-based order must be based on the law of humanity, or it will fail. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the UN Charter say little about this moral law, probably to avoid religious language. In our meeting of religious authorities, we do not need to avoid such language. In the language of my Christian faith, I say there is a God-given knowledge of principles to right and wrong. It is very hard for people not to know this. I ask you to join me in opening our eyes to reason and universal conscience so that we can reconfirm the rules-based order bequeathed to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr.
Terima kasih
Wisdom,
banyak, Dr. Wisdom, sudah membaca sambutan dari teman baik kita, Pendeta Thomas Johnson, dan mengartikulasikan mengapa tatanan internasional berbasis peraturan memang diperlukan untuk mengabolisi siklus kebencian dan tirani dan kekerasan yang primordial, dan mengapa ini dilandasi oleh visi moral
I'm
dan
delighted that our
spiritual.
next
Saya
speaker
sangat senang bahwa
is
pembicara
going to
kita berikutnya
continue the
akan
same theme
melanjutkan
and
tema
will
yang sama
describe the
dan
moral
akan
and spiritual
menggambarkan
vision that
visi
helped
moral dan
to
spiritual yang
create
membantu
the
menciptakan
post-war international order.
tatanan
Our dear
internasional
friend, the
pasca
Honorable Cesar
Perang Dunia,
Rossello, who
yang
comes to
mulia
us
pendeta
from
Cesar Rossello
Spain
yang datang
and
dari
who also represents
Spanyol
the
dan juga
European Union,
menyewakili
is Secretary
Uni
for
Eropa dan
Institutional
Sekretariat untuk Direktur
Relations
Hubungan
and Special
Internasional
Representative for
dan
Asia,
perwakilan
the
khusus untuk
Pacific
Asia,
region, and the Middle
Asia
East
Pasifik dan
for
Timur
Centrist
Tengah
Democrat
untuk
International.
Centrist Democrat
He is
International.
responsible for
Beliau
dealing
bertanggung
with
jawab untuk
relations
menangani
between the
hubungan
Centrist
antara
Democrat International, which
Centrist
is the
Democrat
world's largest
International, yaitu
network of political parties
jaringan
and
partai
other
politik
international
terbesar dan
organizations
organisasi
worldwide.
internasional lainnya
He
di seluruh
coordinates the
dunia. Beliau mengkoordinir
implementation of the
implementasi
agenda of the
dari
President and
agenda
Secretary
Presiden dan
General of
Sekjen
the Centrist
dari
Democrat
Centrist
International
Democrat
for
International
the regions for which he's
untuk
responsible.
kawasan yang merupakan
Mr.
wilayah kerja
Rossello is
beliau.
also the political
Yang mulia
advisor
Cesar
to the
Rossello juga
European
merupakan penasihat politik untuk
People's Party
European
Secretary
People's Party
General.
Sekjen
And I'm
European
delighted that
People's Party, dan saya
Cesar
sangat senang
Rossello will
bahwa
speak to us
beliau akan
in
berbicara
particular about the
dengan
role of
kita
Christian
khususnya tentang
democracy
peran Kristen
in
Demokrat
creating the
dalam
post-war
menciptakan
international order. And we'll talk about the
tatanan
moral and
internasional
spiritual
pasca
vision
perang
that
dan
was
akan
indispensable
bahas
to
visi
creating
moral
that
dan
order.
spiritual dalam
Thank you very
menciptakan
much,
tatanan
Mr.
tersebut.
Rossello.
Kami persilakan yang mulia Cesar Rossello.
Yes, thank you so much.
Baik, terima kasih banyak.
World War II
Perang Dunia Kedua seringkali dianggap sebagai yang paling destruktif, yang konflik global yang paling menghancurkan di dunia, melibatkan negara-negara global, skala dan jangkauannya, dan korban dan dampaknya pada hubungan internasional, dan membentuk realita politik yang baru seperti munculnya Amerika Serikat dan Uni Soviet sebagai negara didaya, mulainya Perang Dingin dan pembentukan PBB untuk mempromosikan damai, keamanan dan kerjasama internasional, mencegah konflik di masa depan dan memfasilitasi solusi diplomatis pada permasalahan global. Kalau kita melihat sekitar kita, kita bisa menyimpulkan bahwa upaya dalam hal ini tidak memadai. Dengan konflik berkekerasan masih terjadi di berbagai negara. Paling terakhir antara Israel dan Hamas yang membuktikan bahwa kita benar saat kita mengutuk tahun lalu pada R20 di Bali bahwa ada siklus kebencian, tirani dan kekerasan sudah melemahkan dunia dan tetap menjadi ancaman terhadap masyarakat kita. Piagam PBB pada 1945 dan Deklarasi Universal untuk HAM pada 1948 didesain untuk mengabolisi atau menghapus siklus ini dengan menetapkan tatanan internasional berbasis peraturan. Pertanyaannya sekarang, apakah tatanan ini terancam, dan apabila iya, apa yang bisa kita lakukan demi membela tatanan tersebut? Merevisi sejarah, melihat kembali ke sejarah sangat bermanfaat. Jadi saya ingin berbagi peran Kristen Demokrat dan sebagai mengapa kami Centrist Democrat International begitu bangga dengan peran tersebut. Pasca perang mengakselerasi proses dekolonisasi sehingga adanya penyelarasan ulang geopolitik yang baru dan juga awal dari era nuklir dalam merespon ancaman tersebut. Ada aliansi militer seperti NATO, sementara negara-negara timur menyelaraskan diri dari bawah Warsaw Pact, dan aliansi ini berkontribusi pada polarisasi dunia menjadi blok barat dan blok timur. Dalam konteks ini di mana demokrasi Kristen memainkan peran khususnya di Eropa Barat yang harus menanggung beban membangun dirinya kembali. Partai politik Kristen Demokrat mengambil peran penting dalam proses ini. Jadi izinkan saya berbagi beberapa contoh dari kontribusi Partai Kristen Demokrat dalam tatanan dunia tersebut. Proses rekonstruksi dan pembangunan ekonomi di mana Partai Kristen Demokrat seperti CDU di Jerman dan Kristian di Italia memainkan peran yang sangat penting dengan mengadvokasi kebijakan-kebijakan
emphasized
yang
social market economies,
menekankan pasar
combining free
sosial yang
market
menggabungkan
capitalism with
kapitalisme
social
pasar
safety nets to
dengan
address
jaringan
social
pengamanan untuk menyikapi
inequalities and
ketidaksetaraan
promoting
ekonomi
economic
dan
stability.
mempromosikan stabilitas ekonomi.
Talking about the European integration,
Berhubungan dengan
notable
integrasi
Christian democratic
ekonomi,
leaders like
para
Konrad
pemimpin seperti
Adenauer
Konrad Adenauer
in Germany,
di Jerman,
Robert Schuman and Jean Monnet in France, and Alcide de Gasperi in Italy were key architects of the European Pole and Steel community,
dalam
and
komunitas
also the
Eropa
European Economic
dan
Community.
juga
These
komunitas
leaders,
ekonomi
among others,
Eropa. Para
share a
pemimpin
common
ini
vision of a
memiliki
united
visi
and
bersama
integrated Europe,
untuk
and their
Eropa yang
efforts
bersatu
lay
dan
the
upaya
foundation
mereka
for
menjadi
the current
landasan
European Union.
untuk Uni Eropa yang
The
ada pada
collaboration
saat ini.
between Christian
Kolaborasi
democratic
antara
leaders from different
para pemimpin
European
Kristen Demokrat
countries was
dari
essentially
berbagai
in
negara
overcoming
Eropa
historical
adalah untuk
animosities
mengatasi
and building a
permusuhan
framework
masa
for
lampau dan
economic and
membangun
political
kerangka kerja untuk
cooperation.
kerjasama ekonomi dan politik.
The democratic values and human
Nilai-nilai
rights,
demokrasi dan HAM
also important,
juga
where Christian
penting,
Democrats
di
like
mana
Jacques Maritain
Jacques Maritain
strongly
sebagai Kristen
advocated
Demokrat
for them.
sangat mengadvokasi hal
Maritain,
ini.
not a political leader but an influential Catholic philosopher
Dan
and political thinker,
Kristen dan pemikir
had a
politis
significant impact on
memiliki
the
dampak yang
intellectual
signifikan
and
pada
philosophical underpinnings of Christian democracy
dasar-dasar
and
filosofi
its support
dan pemikiran
the European
Kristen Demokrat
integration.
dan dukungannya
He,
atau
as the
integrasi
others,
Eropa,
advocated
beliau
for
seperti lainnya
democracy,
mengadvokasi
human rights, and
demokrasi,
integration
HAM,
of Christian
dan integrasi
principles
dari
into
prinsip
political
Kristen
life,
dalam kehidupan
focusing
politik
on the
yang fokus
importance of
pada
a democratic
pentingnya
political system
sistem
as a
politik
means to ensure stability
demokratis
and
untuk
prevent the
memastikan
rise of
stabilitas
totalitarian
dan
regimes.
menghentikan
Maritain's political
munculnya
philosophy
rezim totalitarian
emphasized also
dan
the
Maritain juga
importance of
menekankan
human
pentingnya
dignity, natural law,
martabat
and social
manusia,
justice.
hukum alami, dan
In
keadilan
reference
sosial.
to the Cold War
Mereferensi ke
politics,
politik
Christian
perang
Democrats
dingin, para
played a
Kristen
crucial
Demokrat
role in
memainkan peran
resisting
yang
the
penting
spread of
dalam
communism.
menahan
A clear
penyebaran
example was
komunisme.
Karl
Contoh yang
Wojtyla,
Karl
a Polish
Wojtyla,
philosopher who
filsuf
contributed to the
yang
development of
berkontribusi
Christian
pengembangan
philosophy.
filosofi Kristen.
Already as Pope John Paul II,
sebagai
he played a crucial role in the opposition
Paus
to
John Paul
communism in
II
Eastern Europe
memainkan
and
peran
was
yang
an
penting di Eropa
influential
dan
moral voice in global affairs.
menjadi suara yang berpengaruh dalam
Finally,
urusan global.
Christian
Terakhir,
democratic parties
Partai
advocated for
Kristen
social
Demokrat
welfare
mengadvokasi
policies
kebijakan
that aim to address the needs of
kesejahteraan
the
sosial untuk
population,
menyikapi
particularly in the areas
kebutuhan
of
masyarakat
healthcare,
khususnya dalam
education, and housing,
layanan
as part of a
kesehatan,
broader
edukasi, dan
strategy
perumahan
to
sebagai
build
strategi
social
lebih luas
cohesion
untuk
and
membangun
prevent
kohesi sosial dan
the rise of
mencegah
extremism. There were
munculnya
many other
ekstremisme.
Christian
Banyak
philosophers
filsuf
and
Kristen
thinkers
lainnya
who
dan pemikir yang
contributed to the
berkontribusi
intellectual and
pada
moral fabric of Western societies after World War II.
masyarakat memberikan
like
kontribusi
Gilbert
filosofi
Keith
seperti
Chesterton,
Gilbert Keith
Hans Urs
Chesterton,
von Balthasar,
Hans
Dietrich von
Balthasar, Dietrich von
Hildebrand,
Hildebrand, Paul Ricoeur,
Edith Stein, and Henry de Lubac.
dan Henry de
Whose
Lubac
works continue to be studied
yang
today due to the
masih
importance
dipelajari
of their
saat ini
contribution
karena
to a
penting
fairer
kontribusi
world.
mereka pada
In
dunia.
summary, Christian democracy
Untuk
played a
menyimpul, demokrasi
multifaceted role
Kristen
in
memainkan
shaping the
peran
post-war
berbagai
international order,
dimensi dalam
while
membentuk
contributing
orde
significantly
dunia pasca perang
to the reconstruction
dan
and stabilization of
berkontribusi
Western
secara
Europe.
signifikan
The
untuk
same
mengembalikan
applies to the
kestabilan di
role it
Eropa
played
Barat.
in the establishment
Hal
of
yang
the
sama
United Nations
berlaku untuk
and the
perannya
drafting
di
of the
PBB dan
Universal Declaration of
merancang
Human Rights,
deklarasi universal
providing
hak
important
asasi
intellectual
manusia
contributions and a
dan
commitment to
memberikan
human
banyak
dignity,
kontribusi intelek
emphasizing
dan
the
martabat
moral
manusia,
responsibility of
menitikberatkan
nations
tanggung
and the
jawab
importance
moral
of transcendent
bangsa
values in
dan
shaping international
pentingnya
relations.
untuk
For its relevance,
melampaui
the principles and values associated with
segala
Christian
kendala
democracy
untuk bersatu.
found expression in the foundational
Dan
documents of the United Nations and the UDHR.
ini akhirnya tercermin di
Ladies and
dokumen-dokumen
gentlemen,
deklarasi
up until
dan
here, the historical part of
UNHCR.
my intervention.
Sampai saat
To
ini,
finish with a more
intervensi
contemporary
historis saya
note,
sekarang ingin
I'd like to highlight that
merampungkan
Christian
pidato
democracy has
saya
evolved
dengan
towards a larger
nada yang
movement
lebih kontemporer.
represented today by the
Jadi
world's
gerakan
largest
Kristen
political
sekarang
organization, the Centrist Democrats
terwakili
International.
oleh Centrist
This
International.
evolution,
Jadi
which
evolusi
involves
ini
a
yang
complex
termasuk
interplay
juga
of political, social,
berbagai
and
faktor
ideological factors,
dan
reflects
faktor sosial dan ideologi
broader
mencerminkan
changes in society, shifts in
perubahan-perubahan di
political
masyarakat,
landscapes,
pergeseran di lanskap
and
politik,
adaptations to modern
serta
challenges.
adaptasi
Probably the most significant aspect of this evolution is the active embracing of religious pluralism, preventing the weaponization of identity and ensuring that religion functions as a genuine and dynamic source of solutions rather than problems. And this is exactly what has brought the Centrism of International to Indonesia. The possibility to cooperate with new global partners with whom we share principles and values regardless of their religious ascription, to foster the emergence of a truly just and harmonious world order founded upon shared civilizational values. And before finishing, I want to thank to all of you for your attention, but a big thank you for our friends of the R20, the Center for Shared Civilizational Values, and the world's largest Muslim organization, Nahdlatul Ulama, for the courage to organize this important international summit of religious authorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cesar Rossello. I think it's crucial to really emphasize that our last two speakers have emphasized that the post-war international order embodied by the United Nations Charter, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights represented a revolution in world history. The powers that gathered after World War II did not just want to recreate a balance of power among great powers. This was not a group of countries and a gathering like the Congress of Vienna that ended the Napoleonic Wars, or like the Congress of Berlin, previous gatherings of great powers. Rather, the countries that organized the United Nations, that sought and accepted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, wanted a world order that was based on a moral and spiritual vision, not just a sense of creating stability that would benefit great powers, but wanted to recreate a rules-based, morally informed world order that would safeguard the dignity, the independence, the freedom of all human beings everywhere. And it's really wonderful that Dr. Wisdom and the Honorable Cesar Rossello underscored the moral and spiritual vision that animated post-war order. And it simply underscores that it's essential that if this order is going to continue, that moral and spiritual leaders need to gather and reinvest in the moral and spiritual foundations that make this vision possible and made it possible when it was first established. We also, though, need to recognize that this post-war order took a very long time in order to gather strength, and it's important to remember that many of the countries that were involved in creating the post-war order themselves did not abide by or uphold the principles of that order, including the United States of America. When the United States of America supported the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it was practicing segregation and racial discrimination in ways that were directly contrary to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I'm delighted that to speak about this reality, we have our dear friend, Imam Dr. Talib Shareef, who has come to us all the way from the United States of America, from Washington, D.C., where he is president of Masjid Muhammad, which is known as the nation's mosque in Washington, D.C. Dr. Shareef is among America's leading Muslim leaders. He is a leader of interfaith cooperation in the nation's capital. He has numerous accomplishments. He served for more than 30 years in the United States Air Force and left the military having achieved some of the highest honors it's possible to achieve in the American military. A few months back, Imam Dr. Talib Shareef was also given a special presidential award by President Joseph Biden. So it's a tremendous honor to have Imam Dr. Talib Shareef, who will speak to us about the role of a moral and spiritual vision in bringing America more into alignment with the principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And it's wonderful that Imam Talib will be speaking to us, not least because his own community has seen great inspiration in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And there's a wonderful history that could be told there. But I'm delighted that Imam Talib will speak about the role of the civil rights movement in dismantling Jim Crow, dismantling the system of racial segregation in America, and in bringing America into alignment with the post-war international consensus founded upon respect for the equal rights and dignity of every human being. Welcome, Imam Talib.
Untuk semua manusia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm humbled and grateful for the invitation to be here for this important summit. And I extend my best regards to the leaders and organizers. I join you in this distinguished gathering as a representative and a student of the late Imam W.D. Muhammad, and as a believer in the creator of heaven and earth, the same for all of us, who created us all and cares about us all equally. We are all one creation, united by Almighty God. Despite artificial divisions of race, color, and national origin, we are united by the most powerful bond of all, our common human origin. Allow me to briefly address our topic, again, which is the role of the civil rights movement in dismantling Jim Crow and in bringing America into alignment with the post-war international consensus founded upon respect for the equal rights and dignity of every human being. America, although it took on a new freedom, its life began with the mind and the same desire as its forefathers from Europe. They went into the lands of the dark races and brought back human beings for use as beasts of burden. These ugly things in the history of America are the things that eventually produce the faith and struggle of a people to see their humanity free, to have an independent expression, to be what Almighty God created it to be. Although chattel slavery had ended and physical freedom came, true human freedom did not yet exist due to legalized racial segregation or Jim Crow laws. These laws existed for about 100 years, ending in 1960s. Blacks didn't have the human dignity of other people and were not recognized as equal citizens of the nation. In fact, they were called second-class citizens and were denied the right to vote, hold jobs, have education, etc. And any who resisted often faced violence and death. The pressure from these circumstances ushered in the sacred human and civil rights movement that brought attention to the fact that America's actions didn't agree with its constitutional position that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with inalienable rights to life, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. Despite its beautifully worded Constitution, America was still treating human beings as though they were no more than animals. The Civil Rights Movement, it was an irritator or a thorn in the side to help America face the fact that it had not yet realized the universal values it claimed to stand for as a nation. Among the leaders and personalities of the civil rights movement was a source of moral aggravation for America, but at the same time, a source of moral nourishment for the American people. And when I say civil rights movement, that includes acknowledging and appreciating the contributions of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and those connected to him, like Rosa Parks, Medgar Evers, John Lewis, etc., as well as those of the original Nation of Islam under Elijah Muhammad and those connected to him, like Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, Imam W.D. Muhammad, etc. It was this powerful combination that created a moral force telling America, on one hand, fulfill your promise, and on the other hand, you can't fulfill it. You don't have the moral nature to do it. Dr. King was inviting America to fulfill its promise, and Elijah Muhammad was saying, you can't do it. These two sides of the same coin became a powerful force that united the cause of these two major groups that were responsible for the civil rights movement. As a result of this pressure, America made progress. It purged its blood and agreed to become a more human reality with one face, not two faces, for all the citizens of this country. Let us understand that the original Nation of Islam, led by Elijah Muhammad, along with the powerful Malcolm X, was a great factor in bringing that about, though it's often not identified in the civil rights movement. In the civil rights movement, there was a need to call out and bring out the evil of racism so that the citizens who were victims and citizens who were perpetrating it would have an opportunity to be healed, become healthy, and normal as God wants us to be as citizens, sharing in the blessings of the nation. With the post-war period, the movement manifested in America's global view another matter of importance, and that is, any time a people's rightful or legitimate grievances are ignored or condemned without addressing or resolving the shocking actions that have disturbed their souls, conscience, and peace, it is to disrespect their humanity and dismiss them as not truly equal members of society. Consequently, the build-up from repeated mistreatment of being ignored will cause the human spirit within to register the injustice and scream out, "That's enough." In conclusion, the role of the civil rights movement in dismantling Jim Crow and in helping America to welcome the post-war international consensus focused on human rights was to crystallize the emerging awareness that racial discrimination and legal segregation were unjust, ungodly, and incompatible with universal values. Thus, it was America's moral wake-up call to live up to the ideas of the American creed. Additionally, the movement contributed to the attention shifting from the trouble nations have with citizens to the trouble that's in all citizens of the world, and how the trouble in all citizens of the world affects life in our respective countries. In the words of Dr. King, who was also a human leader working to bring healthy human conditions to the souls of all citizens so that there would be a better human world for citizens to live in, he said, "An injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." Thank you.
Thank you, Imam Talib,
Terima
for that
kasih Mas
powerful
Talib
reminder that the
untuk mengingatkan
ideas
bahwa
of the Universal
gagasan
Declaration of
dari
Human Rights were
deklarasi
not
PBB
just
untuk
words
HAM
on
bukan
paper,
hanya
but
sekedar
they
kata-kata di atas
inspired
kertas, melainkan
oppressed
menginspirasi
people, including
mereka
members
yang
of your community, who, by the way,
tertindas dan
established
anggota
their
komunitas
first
Anda
mosque in Washington
yang
on
membangun
December
masjid
10th.
pertama di
What was
Washington
the
pada
year,
tanggal
Imam
10
Talib?
Desember tahun berapa Imam Talib?
1960. On December 10th,
1960 pada tanggal 10 Desember
and choosing that date
1960
was
dan
not an
memilih tanggal
accident.
tersebut
They
bukan
chose to establish their community on
tidak ada
December
maknanya
10th
melainkan
because that was the
disengaja karena
anniversary
itu
of
adalah
the acceptance
peringatan
of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
diterimanya
Thank you very much, Imam
deklarasi
Talib.
PBB untuk hak asasi manusia.
I'm delighted that our next
Saya senang sekali
speaker
bahwa
is
pembicara
Dr.
berikutnya adalah
Jacqueline
Dr. Jacqueline
C.
C. Rivers,
who is a scholar,
yang merupakan
sociologist,
akademisi, ahli
a
sosiologi,
civil rights leader,
pemimpin
a defender of religious freedom, who comes to us all the way from
kebebasan sipil
Boston,
dan aktivis
originally
kebebasan beragama
from
dari Boston,
Jamaica. Did
aslinya
her
dari Jamaika,
undergraduate work and then later her
S1
PhD in
dan
sociology
S3-nya dalam
at
bidang
Harvard
sosiologi
University.
di Universitas
She is
Harvard.
executive
Beliau
director
adalah
of the
direktur
Seymour
eksekutif dari
Institute
Seymour
for Black
lembaga
Church and Policy
Seymour
Studies.
untuk
And
gereja.
I'm honored to say that I'm on the
Dan
board of the
saya
Seymour
juga
Institute, and I'm
dewan dari
an
Seymour Institute
enthusiastic
dan
supporter
mendukung
of Dr.
antusias
Rivers
dari Dr.
and her
Rivers
work.
dan
And I
pekerjaan
should say
beliau,
her husband,
dan
the
suami
Reverend
beliau,
Eugene Rivers,
pendeta
is
Eugene
with us
Rivers,
as well.
juga
And he'll
bersama-sama
be
kita
speaking
dan
to
beliau
us
akan berbicara
this
dengan
evening
kita
at our gala
pada
dinner. Dr. Jacqueline Rivers
gala dinner nanti.
is, as I
Dr.
said, a
Jacqueline
scholar, a
Rivers adalah
sociologist,
ahli
a
sosiologi,
defender of the
akademisi,
poor, the rights of
pembela
the poor,
masyarakat hak
and of
masyarakat miskin,
important principles
dan
such as the sanctity of
prinsip-prinsip
life and
seperti
religious freedom in
pentingnya
America.
kebebasan
She has spoken all
beragama
over the
dan
world. She spoke
Beliau adalah
in
pembicara di seluruh
2014,
dunia
if
dan
I'm
pada
not mistaken,
2014 kalau
at
tidak
a
salah
conference with Pope Francis on the
bersama dengan
family,
Paus Francis
and
tentang
has
keluarga dan
spoken all over the
telah
world
berbicara di seluruh
on
dunia
issues
tentang
related
permasalahan yang
to
berhubungan
justice
dengan
and the poor and
keadilan
religious freedom.
dan
Dr. Rivers
kebebasan.
will speak to us now about how there is an urgent need for a new interfaith Bandung movement of global South nations to serve as the world's conscience and to bring about a more multilateral and equitable rules-based international order founded upon respect for the equal rights and dignity of every human being. Dr. Rivers has found inspiration in the Bandung movement, which of course was inaugurated here in Indonesia in 1955, and we'll speak about that.
Dan
So
akan
Dr.
berbicara
Rivers,
tentang hal
welcome.
itu. Kami persilahkan.
Thank you very much.
Terima kasih.
As a Jamaican,
Sebagai orang Jamaika dan anak perempuan dari Global South, saya sangat senang bisa berbicara bahwa acara ini. Saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Kiai Haji Yahya Khalid
and
Stakuf,
Holland
Tim
Taylor
Shaw, dan
and the
Holland
host
Taylor, dan
organizations, Nahdlatul Ulama,
Nahdlatul
and the
Ulama
Center
sebagai
for
tuan rumah
Shared
dan Center
Civilizational
for Shared
Values for arranging this
Civilization Value
conference.
sudah menyelenggarakan
The theme of
konferensi
my
ini.
remarks
Tema dari
is
sambutan
there's an
saya
urgent need
adalah ada
for an
kebutuhan
interfaith
mendesak untuk
Bandung movement of global South
pergerakan
nations
Bandung
to serve
antar
as the world's
keyakinan untuk
conscience
menjadi
and to bring about a more
kesadaran
multilateral and
dunia
equitable
untuk
rules-based international order
tatanan
founded
internasional
upon
berdasarkan
respect
peraturan
for the equal
peraturan
rights
yang
and
menghormati
dignity
hak
of
yang
every
setara
human
dan
being.
martabat setiap manusia.
Some here may know that I am
Mungkin
firmly
beberapa tahu
committed to
saya
the
yang
teaching
berkomitmen
that
pada
Jesus
ajaran
Christ is the
dari
way,
Yesus
the
Kristus
truth, and the life,
dan
and that no
kehidupan,
one comes to God
dan tidak
but
ada
by the
siapapun
same Jesus.
yang
Yet that very commitment to Christ is the basis for my conviction
memiliki
that
iman
all
pada Tuhan dan
humans,
semua
and
manusia
especially those who are
dan
people
khususnya
of faith,
mereka yang
and even more
memiliki
those who are
agama dan
Christians,
mereka
are called
yang
to
beragama
live
Kristen
together
diserukan
in
untuk hidup
peace.
bersama dalam perdamaian.
To the extent that the nations of the global South embrace this
Dan
commitment
mereka
to living in peace,
berkomitmen
founded on their
untuk hidup
commitment to
berdamaian
religions
berdasarkan
of
komitmen
many
terhadap
different
agama dari
stripes,
berbagai
we
jenis,
can work
kita
together to
bisa
enhance
bekerja sama untuk
the
meningkatkan
post-war international order
tatanan
in an
internasional pasca
interfaith
perang dunia
Bandung movement.
dalam gerakan
As people
Bandung
of faith,
antar keyakinan
we're
atau
called to
interfaith.
be peacemakers
Sebagai umat
and
beragama
to
kita
reject
harus
violence.
menjadi
This witness is especially
harus
important
mempromosikan
in an
perdamaian dan ini
increasingly
khususnya penting
hostile
dalam
secular culture, which not only
kebudayaan
rejects the
sekuler yang
reality of the
semakin
divine,
agresif
but
dan
looks
tidak
with
hanya
derision and
menolak
some
ajaran
opposition on
ilahi
those
dan
who
juga
believe.
mengoposisi mereka
It is a
yang
culture that
memiliki
undermines the
iman dan
sanctity of
ini
both
melemahkan
life and marriage.
pentingnya
However, in
kehidupan
the
dan
United States, where I now
pernikahan
live,
di Amerika Serikat
people of
tempat tinggal
faith
saya
are
sekarang,
standing
para umat
together
beragama
to
berdiri
serve the
bersama-sama
poor,
untuk
to
melayani
promote
para
faith,
miskin, untuk
and to
mempromosikan
resist the
keyakinan,
degradation of
dan
moral
untuk menahan
standards.
degradasi
A
standar
similar
moral.
collaboration and
Kolaborasi yang
partnership
serupa dan
must
kemitraan
be
yang sama
established
harus
among
ditetapkan
the
di
nations
antara
of the
para
global
negara-negara
in
Global
an
South
interfaith Bandung movement,
dalam
bringing
gerakan
together
Bandung
diverse
interfaith
nations
yang
that
menyatukan berbagai
represent
negara
vast
yang
numbers of
mewakili
people around the globe,
mayoritas
people
masyarakat di
who
seluruh
can be
dunia, orang-orang yang bisa
motivated by faith
dimotivasi oleh
and
keyakinan
commitment to
beragama
religion
dan
in a
komitmen
way
terhadap
in which
agama
they may not be
sedemikian
touched by
rupa sehingga mereka
politics.
tidak disentuh oleh
Much
politik.
as the Bandung Conference of
Sama halnya dengan gerakan
1955
Bandung
brought the
dan
global
konferensi
South together,
Bandung
we
Asia Afrika
must
1955
have a
menyatukan
new
negara-negara. Kita
Bandung
harus memiliki
movement
gerakan
that
Bandung
stands
yang
together
baru
against secularism of the West
berdiri bersama
and advocates
melawan
for our
sekularisme
right to
Barat dan
believe
mengadvokasi
and to
hak
practice
kita
our
untuk
beliefs
memiliki keyakinan,
not just in
mempraktekkan
private but
ibadah
in the
kita
public
bukan
square
hanya
as well. But that is
secara
not enough.
pribadi tapi juga
We
dalam
must
publik itu
oppose
tidak
all
cukup. Kita
forms of
harus
religious
melawan
violence
semua
and coercion.
bentuk kekerasan
We
dan
must work to
pemaksaan
end
berbasis agama.
age-old
Kita harus
religious
mengakhiri
conflicts
konflik
that
beragama
cost its
yang
victims so dearly and that
memiliki
feed the
berbagai korban
skepticism of the secularists.
dan menjadi
One particularly atrocious
mendasari
conflict with religious roots is
skeptisme
horrifying people around the
dan
world at this very moment.
kejadian-kejadian yang
Israeli-Hamas conflict.
konflik
On
Israel dan
October
Hamas
7,
yang
as
terjadi pada
everyone
Oktober 7
knows,
seperti kita ketahui
Hamas
semua,
launched a
Hamas
terrorist
meluncurkan
attack,
serangan
an
teroris
unforgivable terrorist
yang
attack
tidak dapat
that murdered
dimaafkan,
over 1,200
yang
people
membunuh
indiscriminately,
lebih dari
men and women,
1.200 orang, laki-laki,
grandmothers,
perempuan,
children,
nenek, anak-anak,
even babies.
dan bahkan anak
That was
bayi,
followed by the
dan
kidnapping
ini
of
diikuti
over
oleh penculikan
200
lebih dari
others.
200 orang
Perhaps
lain,
even worse
dan bahkan
is the
yang lebih
fact
buruk
that
adalah
Hamas
fakta bahwa
appears
Hamas
to use a
tampak
strategy
menggunakan
of using
strategi
their own people
memanfaatkan
as human
masyarakat sendiri
shields,
sebagai
of even
perisai
operating
manusia
in
dan beroperasi
hospitals.
di
As
rumah
lovers of
sakit
peace, truth,
sebagai
and justice,
pencinta
we
damai
must
dan
deplore
keadilan.
such heinous
Kita harus
actions.
mengutuk
Yet we cannot turn
tindakan
a
yang
blind eye to
jahat
the
ini. Kita
actions of the
tidak bisa
nation of
mengabaikan,
Israel
namun kita tidak
or
bisa
to the
mengabaikan
long-term
perilaku Israel dan
subjugation
juga
of
subjugasi
Palestinians
dari
by
masyarakat
Israel.
Palestina oleh Israel.
And now,
Dan
with
sekarang
unrelenting airstrikes and the
dengan
invasion of
adanya
ground
serangan
troops,
udara
more
dan
than 10
tentara,
times as many Palestinians are dead as
10 kali
Israelis
lipat
were murdered
jumlah
on
Palestina
October
yang
7.
sudah
Over 12,000 people.
terkorbankan, lebih dari
And those who
12.000
are
orang yang
surviving
sudah
are doing
meninggal,
so with
dan
a
mereka yang bertahan
severe shortage of food,
menghadapi
water, and
kekurangan
fuel,
air, makanan,
living in terror because
bahan
Israel
bakar,
has
dan hidup
seriously limited the
dengan
entry of
ketakutan
humanitarian
karena
aid to the area,
Israel
causing a
memblokade
truly tragic
masuknya
humanitarian
bantuan
crisis.
humaniter sehingga menyebabkan
Praise
krisis
be to God,
humaniter.
a recent deal has begun an exchange of
Alhamdulillah,
hostages,
ada
providing a pause in
kesepakatan
the
yang
fighting,
memberikan
which should
jeda
also
dalam
release
peperangan dan juga
more
kembali
aid
lebih
for
banyak
Gazans.
bantuan
We must
humanitar untuk
decry this
masyarakat Gaza.
violence,
Kita
which
harus
has deep
mengutuk
religious
kekerasan
roots.
yang memiliki
There
akar
must be
keagamaan yang
freedom
dalam. Harus ada
and
kebebasan
justice
dan
and
keadilan
peace for
dan
all.
perdamaian
That
untuk
must be
semuanya.
the goal
Itu harus
of a
merupakan
new
tujuan
interfaith Bandung movement.
untuk gerakan Bandung Interfaith yang baru.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Jacqueline Rivers, for so powerfully and eloquently affirming the call that Gus Yahya has issued to all of us to establish a new interfaith movement for shared civilizational values, and indeed a new interfaith Bandung movement, so powerfully described by you, Dr. Rivers. Thank you very, very much. I'm now delighted to welcome a new friend from Nigeria, the Right Reverend Professor Dapo Asaju, who is Bishop Theologian of the Church of Nigeria in the Anglican Communion. I'm delighted that he comes to us representing a gentleman who is a great friend of our work, and that is the primate of the Church of Nigeria, Archbishop, the Most Reverend Henry Ndikuba. Right Reverend Professor Dapo Asaju has served the Anglican Communion and served the Church of Nigeria in many capacities. He has led seminaries. He has conducted research and scholarship on a range of issues, including the ongoing terrible religious violence occurring, especially in northern Nigeria and in his country. And he's here to show solidarity with us and support for the work that we are doing here. And again, he comes to us representing the leader of the Church of Nigeria, which is the largest community in the Anglican Communion, with some 25 million Anglicans, a major and again the largest part of the Anglican Communion. Bishop Asaju will speak to us about the urgent need to abolish the primordial cycle of identity-based hatred, tyranny, and violence in Africa in particular. So welcome to you. Your first visit to Indonesia, we understand. A warm welcome to you, Bishop Asaju.
Good morning to our dear religious leaders, organizers, and participants. I bring warm greetings from the Anglican Church of Nigeria, and especially from His Grace, the Most Reverend Henry Ndikuba, the Archbishop and Primate of the Church of Nigeria. His Grace participated in the R20 summit last year in Bali, Indonesia, and is extremely grateful for his continuing friendship and partnership with Kiai Haji Yahya Cholil Stakov, with Nadlatul Ulama, and with the Center for Shared Civilizational Values. The theme of my remark is the urgent need to abolish the primordial cycle of identity-based hatred, tyranny, and violence in Africa. Many conflicts and crises happening in parts of the world result from deep-rooted primordial sentiments which breed hostilities, violence, discriminations, and oppressions among people in many communities of the world. People are labeled with negative identities, and they are badly treated based on historical occurrences involving their tribes, their religion, or their families. The search for world peace, which the R20 is pursuing, must address the primordial cycle of identity-based hatred among people. African people, commonly described as Negroes, have suffered from primordial discriminations bordering on racism and the effects of colonialism. These have affected their culture, languages, and historic identities. In the effort to subjugate the Negroes, the Hamitic theory, which is misinterpreting biblical connection of the African people to the curse put upon Ham and Canaan in the Bible, has been badly used. Theology has been weaponized as a religious tool to oppress the Negro people all over. It has been weaponized to present and treat the black Africans as a cursed race who must be divinely subjugated to Caucasian, Asian, and Arab rule. The transatlantic slave trade, which claimed the lives of millions of Africans, dehumanized the identity of African people, and have continued to affect their self-esteem in different places in the diaspora, including apartheid South Africa and United States of America. Many African refugees have perished in the Mediterranean Sea in their desperation to emigrate through illegal routes to the Western world. In the process, many are often enslaved, sexually molested, and trafficked for prostitution in Arabian, Asian, and European countries. It still appears that in many parts of the world, black lives do not matter. The Nazi ideology of anti-Semitism and Aryan superiority, we will remember, resulted in the Holocaust against the Jews, which claimed about 6 million lives. The Rwandan genocide between the Tutsis and the Hutus, which claimed about 800,000 lives, and the ongoing Israeli-Palestinian wars, warn humanity of the dangers of weaponizing identity based on primordial hatred towards others. These are long-standing people who have relationships and deep-rooted hatred. Sometimes we may need at this forum to call the theologians of all religions together and let them explore the need to come together to reinterpret the weaponization of Holy Scriptures as a basis for attacking people. The Israel-Palestinian crisis has been on for a long time. It dates back to the Israeli-Philistine crisis many years ago, when they used Scripture as a basis to legitimize attacking others because of their identity. This has led to calamities in the past. Ethnicity and religious extremism have been employed to foment internal crises in West Africa. Primordial competition and historical domination of one group over the others result in discrimination, social disequilibrium, and political instability. Nigeria has a population of about 230 million people who speak about 250 languages, spoken by majority tribes of Hausa Fulani in the north, Igbos in the east, and Yorubas in the west, as well as various ethnic minorities. Each group have their peculiar cultural practices and historical relationships, which continue to form the basis of their respective claims of superiority over other communities. The 19th century jihadist crusades of Uthman Dan Fodio, a Fulani by tribe, resulted in the dominance of the Fulani tribe over various indigenous ethnic communities in northern parts of Nigeria, including Hausas, Nupes, and others. This rule has been sustained by the emirate system. The Fulani, who were traditionally nomadic headsmen, have been making claims of ownership and rule over the entire nation. Armed Fulani herdsmen have been attacking several indigenous communities in many parts of Nigeria with impunity, especially during the tenure of our past president, who is a Fulani. The Boko Haram, which has been described as the deadliest terrorist group in the world, derives its names from the belief that Western education and civilization is evil and should be jettisoned in preference for Islamic education and lifestyle. They, like the Taliban in Afghanistan, oppose girl education and have abducted hundreds of girls from Christian schools and communities. The Boko Haram and similar terrorist organizations like ISWAP, ISIS in West Africa, operating within Nigeria and neighboring countries like Cameroon, Chad, Niger, have killed too many people based on their ill-conceived primordial religious beliefs. It is reported that more than 350,000 people, predominantly Christians, have been killed by religious terrorist groups in parts of Nigeria to date. There are almost 2.4 million internally displaced persons in the northeastern states. More than 70 clergymen have been killed, over 13,000 churches and 1,500 Christian schools were destroyed or burnt. In one of our states, in Plateau, headsmen of the Fulani have seized forcefully 102 communities and renamed them, and they are now under the occupation of the Fulani militias. More than 22,000 persons, most of them children, remain missing as a result of Boko Haram attacks. Rather than the West to join in helping to find solutions to this, they see it as a result of climate change and the environmental crisis instead of feeling for those who are victims of this crisis. They turn the other eye. And this is a big problem for humanity. We should identify with the feelings of others. In the Israeli-Palestinian crisis, both sides are wrong, and we need to intervene. And I hope that R20 can also seek for a forum at the United Nations. They cannot take decisions about the destiny of humanity based on politics alone. Religious organizations matter. R20 should seek an audience to address United Nations, and let's bring together all the leaders of religion and let's form a solution which we put on the table. This trend of using religion to cause crisis is common in Mali, Niger, Guinea, and many parts of Africa. Unfortunately, we are witnessing the resurgence of military coups in Africa. Several countries in Africa are losing confidence in democracy, and the military are taking over. It is a very bad trend. Primordial religious and cultural beliefs have also negatively affected the fundamental human rights of many people in Nigerian communities. We also have our own primordial biases which are causing problems. It is not just international conflicts, but internal conflicts. A caste system, the kind we find also in India, the Dalit controversy, there is also caste system within Nigeria where certain groups of people are regarded as second-class citizens and they are discriminated against. There are also discriminations against widows based on cultural beliefs. So primordial sentiments, whether religious or cultural, need to be challenged. We must see ourselves as one humanity. All religions preach peace. All of them speak harmony. We must go back to the original intention of religion, regarding religion as an individual affair, allowing people the right to their own faith. The example of Indonesia is a big challenge we are taking home. It has been like that in Nigeria in the past. People have been working together. There has been religious balancing in government, and people have been seeing each other as one community. Extremism of any kind, whether ethnicity or religion, will destroy society. The weaponization of identity in various forms have become inimical to peace, stability, and progress of human societies. Concerted efforts must be made by leaders of faith and thought to reject primordial basis for hatred, for violence, and for domination of others in contemporary society. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Grace. Thank you very much, Your Grace, Bishop Asaju. We're extremely grateful that you are here to remind us that among the most horrific conflicts in the world today is going on right now in northern Nigeria. In the list of conflicts that people have in their heads, we think of Ukraine, we think of what's going on in the Middle East, but almost no one remembers what's happening in Nigeria. But we remember, and we stand with you, and we're very grateful that you traveled all this way to talk about the crisis that your people in Nigeria continue to face. It was a priority for us to have His Grace Archbishop Henry attend the R20 last year. We're delighted to be working with him so that we can focus the world's attention on this forgotten conflict and this forgotten crisis, this forgotten crime against humanity that's going on in Nigeria. Thank you very much again. And now I'm delighted that we will have our friend Imam Yahya Pallavicini, who is coming to us from Italy, speak to us now. Imam Yahya Pallavicini is an eminent scholar, a thoughtful, deeply cultured public intellectual. He's become a dear friend to me and to all of us in Nahdlatul Ulama and the Center for Shared Civilizational Values. He and his distinguished family established and have led the Muslim community in Italy for many decades. He's also chairman of the European Council of Ulama. He has spoken in distinguished forums across the world on numerous topics. He was one of the distinguished religious authorities who participated in the R20 summit in Bali last year, having given a memorable and beautiful address on spiritual ecology last year in Bali. And we are delighted that he'll be speaking to us now about the challenges being faced by Europeans right now, identity conflicts that are rife in Europe, and he'll be speaking to us about the need to overcome religious-based hatred and violence around the world. Thank you very much, Imam Yahya Pallavicini.
Yang Mulia Imam Yahya Pallavicini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Peace to you all, and if I may say, it's not the exact translation because according to the Islamic traditional teaching, it's the peace of God that should inspire our hearts, our soul, our minds, and our actions. It's not an abstract, ordinary peace. It's something that is really trying to inspire all levels of humanity. And thanks to General Chairman Pak Yahya Sholis Takuf for again Nahdlatul Ulama allowing and inviting me as Quraish, as a ulama to share and to be inspired and to implement this inspiration from Southeast Asia and from Indonesia, even in the West and in Italy. And thanks to Holland Taylor and team for this kind invitation. In my brief presentation, I will try to express how Muslims in the West will focus on threatening and serious intellectual crisis among believers and citizens in Europe, and on the consequent risk for an authentic civilization of losing its life awareness. What strikes us in the many popular demonstrations that have been gathering thousands of citizens against the war in the Middle East for weeks is the slogan, repeated obsessively and angrily, Allahu Akbar, free Palestine. This slogan has become so viral that it seems to be a commandment that every Muslim, to be truly a Muslim or to be proving to be truly a Muslim, must commit to shout. We forget a detail that is far from irrelevant. Allahu Akbar is a religious and ritual invocation in which faithful Muslims testify to the sublime greatness of Allah, testify to the inspiration to serve, the immense conception of the reality of Allah for His satisfaction, and not for our ego. Faithful Muslims also testify to their own subordinate and pacified acceptance of the majesty of Allah and their quest to reach a degree of spiritual piety, taqwa, that protects the believers from pride, presumption, arrogance, megalomania, and delusion of omnipotence, which according to an Islamic doctrinal term could be called kibriya. Now the root of Akbar and Kibriya is the same, supreme greatness. But when this formula is addressed to Allah, to Almighty God, it expresses His infinite greatness.
Kemahakuasaan Allah, Allahu Akbar.
When on the other hand, it is the arrogant who adopt it, it becomes a boundless outburst of individual pride. Now we need to wonder how many Muslims who shout Allahu Akbar do not run the risk of expressing with pride and resentment the manipulation of the true meaning of the formulas they invoke. It would be indeed paradoxical if the most holy name of Allah were to be abused by some Muslim demonstrators in the squares of this lowly world to glorify an idol of earthly justice, deprived of the truth of the spirit and mercy. After all, we have already witnessed this dismay, this similar blasphemous use by Al-Qaeda terrorists when they slit the throats of many Muslims as well as Christian prisoners in Syria and Iraq, violating every possible religious rule of Islamic Sharia, of Islamic rule and law. Free Palestine. From what? From occupation, from the military, from the violence of war, from death and suffering, all very well. But we would also like to add that from an authentically religious perspective, liberation must above all be from something or someone towards something else and someone through. Liberation from evil, from ignorance, from the criminal and ideological manipulation of religion, liberation from corruption in politics that becomes militant and warlike tyranny instead of being a service to the people and to their outer and inner development. We need to free ourselves from external evil by starting with internal one, without speculating on blame or causes or number of victims or the level of atrocity or others to conceal the relevant absence of concrete educational and social good offered to our people. Liberation from error, Al-Munkir min al-Dalal, is the title of a biographical work of Imam Abu Hamid al-Ghazali radiallahu anhu, who teaches us that this liberation is from darkness towards light, towards the light of Muhammadan enlightenment, a celestial and primordial light that allows us to see reality for what it truly is, and to recognize above all what is invisible and what transcends the ordinary plan of superficial appearance of forms. Faithful and virtuous Muslims aspire to this liberation and blessed enlightenment as heirs of Prophet Muhammad's companion. Achieving this spiritual liberation and enlightenment may also result in liberation from corruption and oppression. But this order must be respected, and priorities and proportions must not be subverted so as to achieve a contingent result that can never be the consequence of an agreement on the principle. Liberation towards good, a common good, no one good against the other or without the other. Finally, the liberation of Palestine. Which Palestine are we talking about? Are we talking about the political interpretation resulting from recent agreements with the state of Israel that have been mismanaged and poorly respected by the alternative political representations in recent decades? Or do we mean the land that has historically been experienced by Palestinians under Western control being called British Protectorate? Or again, do we mean the same land but under the Ottoman Caliphate for 3 centuries from 1500? And should any of these assumptions always exclude the full dignity for Jewish citizens and believers to live and practice their religion, to freely visit the city of Abraham's tomb and Jerusalem? And why not addressing the same questions to other regions in conflict, including the invasion and war that has been going on for 2 years in Ukraine, separating and turning Orthodox Christians of the Moscow Patriarchate against their brethren in Kiev? Some experts on tradition reminds us that Kiev can be considered the 3rd Rome. Other philosophers put forward their proposal for a new state of Jerusalem for all citizens of all Semitic cultures and monotheistic religions. Speculating on the symbolism of certain cities is the opposite of recognizing the function of spiritual centers. And the ideal of one's own eternity is the opposite of accepting one's own eschatology. Thinking big and making parallels pragmatically is the opposite of meditating and contemplating on God's infinite mercy and metaphysics. It is this megalomania in the individual that prevents them from acting charitably, causing only destruction and misery. Let us be careful not to confuse the liberation of a territory with the liberation of a brother and a sister, and not to confuse the enemy with the neighbor, so as not to admit that there are far greater errors to be corrected at home and for the good of every family, people, and the unity of civilization. In the name of what true God or true religion are invasions or wars legitimate, or massacres and kidnappings, retaliations or revenge organized? What faith can there possibly be in collecting armaments and exploiting technology to continue fighting for years without any success, not even territorial? What humanity and what mentality, or I would say intellectual insight, will we find in the Middle East and in Europe and in the rest of the world tomorrow? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you profoundly, Imam Yahya, for that deeply spiritual perspective and moral vision and religious vision that you've articulated, one that firmly resists and condemns the political weaponization of religion and belief in Almighty God, and that instead insists on the priority of spiritual authority and spiritual values in our current discussions of the conflicts raging around the world. Thank you very, very much. Our next speaker comes to us from the United States, Dr. Walter Ratliff. He is coming to us from the U.S., where he is a lecturer at the University of Maryland. He is also a senior writer and journalist. He earned a Master of Arts in Islam and Muslim-Christian Relations and a Doctor of Liberal Studies in Religion and Social Movements from Georgetown University. I'm very happy and proud to say that he was a doctoral student of mine when he earned his doctorate at Georgetown. And I'm happy to say that he survived that experience, that unfortunate experience, as you can tell from the fact that he's sitting with us here. For his journalism and his scholarship, he has won numerous awards. I could list a number of awards. He most recently won an award in 2023, an award of merit from the Religion Communications Council for his work for the Associated Press on a Religion Roundup audio feature. Dr. Ratliff will speak to us about how equitable accountability among powerful nations, including permanent members of the UN Security Council, has a direct effect on the strength of the rules-based international order, and he will speak to us about other challenges to a rules-based international order. Welcome, Dr. Ratliff.
Order internasional berdasarkan aturan. Kami persilakan Dr. Walter Ratliff.
Walter, we need a new mic.
Ini mikrofonnya perlu diganti sepertinya.
Thank you very much. Check, check. Here we go. Let's use this one.
Ya, mari kita gunakan. Saya akan menggunakan yang ini.
Well, hello everyone. It's an honor to speak to you today, and it's really wonderful to be in beautiful Indonesia. When we look at the world today, we see that it's aflame in conflict. This is true from Europe to the Middle East to Asia. Often religious groups are caught in the middle of these conflicts, and religious symbols are evoked by those who wish to exert power over others. Yet the violent exertions of power and the forces of authoritarianism facing the world today were not unanticipated. After World War II, the world community, with a special role among the world's most powerful countries, formed the UN Security Council. They ratified the UN Charter and issued the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This system of a rules-based international order was intended to hold accountable global actors, both big and small, to a set of principles that would prevent future wars and conflicts. When we look at the hostilities of today, we must ask, to paraphrase C.S. Lewis, if the rules-based international order was tried and left wanting, or if it was found difficult and left untried. The new international order has in fact been remarkably enduring. It's been shaped and enforced by member nations and has effectively addressed situations that could have metastasized into further conflict. In many instances, the rules-based international order has been resilient and effective over the decades. But today, it has encountered a critical challenge. In the face of today's violent struggles, many are calling for the permanent members of the UN Security Council to abide by the rules that they helped write for the rest of the world. They see the structure of international cooperation endangered by powerful global actors who behave against the international rules that restrain the less powerful. The challenges to the system they see are not necessarily in the rules themselves, but in a double standard. The glaring reality they see running through today's most violent conflicts is that the efficacy of a rules-based order hinges to a great degree on the commitment of the most powerful global actors. They cite current examples where powerful actors have circumvented sanctions, engaged in territorial expansion, or violated human rights. These set a dangerous precedent. A selective approach to international rules erodes the credibility of the international system, creating a breeding ground of chaos and discord. Underlying the rules and normative principles are concepts of mutual respect and equitable treatment. These concepts are integral to the fabric of a cohesive global community. The UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights encapsulate fundamental principles that form the bedrock of a just and equitable international system. In a world of interconnected economics, rapid technological change, and wide cultural diversity, the rules-based international order can be the cornerstone for addressing conflict. Binding rules of equitable accountability among nations and non-state actors are needed to build a peaceful global community on those foundations. Fostering a global order that encourages cooperation and accountability to internationally agreed upon rules strengthens the legitimacy of that order. When powerful nations flout these rules rather than seek principled reforms, it undermines that legitimacy and perpetuates a culture of impunity. Selective adherence to international rules hinders the realization of a just and harmonious global community. An effective rules-based order is not a mere aspiration. Rather, it is a shared responsibility that requires the commitment of every actor on the global stage. accountability with respect to international rules, irrespective of a nation's size or relative power, is not a utopian ideal. Rather, it's a pragmatic necessity for fostering a just and peaceful future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ratliff, for that very powerful and eloquent reminder that the permanent members of the UN Security Council should live by the rules they themselves helped write for the rest of the world, and that a truly rules-based international order is not compatible with pervasive double standards. I'm delighted now that our next speaker is Zainab Al-Suwaij, Director of the American Islamic Congress. Zainab Suwaij is the co-founder and director of the American Islamic Congress. She has been a social activist, courageous and powerful social activist, first in Iraq and then later in the United States over many, many years. She was a courageous opponent of the regime of Saddam Hussein as a very young woman in her 20s, left Iraq, where she faced great danger and threats to her life. After September 11th, she helped found the American Islamic Congress. After September 11th, 2001, to foster tolerance, promote civil society and civil rights, and mobilize a moderate voice in the American Muslim community. She has been a longtime friend and colleague, and we're delighted to have her with us this afternoon to talk about the dangers of identity politics and tribalism, a view from Iraq. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First, I would like to thank the R20, Nahdlatul Ulama, and the Center for Shared Civilizational Values for such an important and timely meeting. We cannot be in more critical time than this that we're following right now. The whole world, it's in a chaos. I've been in the Middle East for the past few weeks, and I have seen how critical it is and how sensitive the situation is all over the region. Even though today I will be talking about the dangers of identity, politics, and tribalism as a view from Iraq, but we cannot deny what's going on in the whole region. As a person who survived several conflicts in Iraq, I know exactly the feeling of being terrorized based on a religious or ethnic identity. Identity, politics, and tribalism can have a deeply divisive effect, and Iraq has experienced the ramification firsthand. These forces often exacerbate social divisions, hindering unity and fostering conflict. In Iraq, the sectarian divides among various ethnic and religious groups have played a significant role in the country's political and social landscape, leading to power struggle, violence, and challenges in building a cohesive nation. The emphasis on group identities over shared values, common goals, and can create a fractured society, making it difficult to address broader issues and establish inclusive governance. Certainly, the complexities of identity, politics, and tribalism have historical roots deeply embedded in ethnic, religious, and sectarian divisions. The country's diverse population of Arabs, Kurds, Turkomans, Assyrians, Yazidis, and various of religious groups such as Christians, Shia Muslims, and Sunni Muslims, among others. These diverse identities have often been politicized and exploited by different factions seeking power and influence. The post-Saddam eras exacerbated these divisions as power struggle emerged among various groups vying for control. Politicians often leverage these identities to consolidate their base support, future, deepening social rivals. These fragmentation impacts for the formation of unified national identity, leading to a fragmented political leadership where loyalty to the sect or tribal often overweight allegiance to the nation. Moreover, the lack of trust and historical grievances among these groups has led to a cycle of violence and instability. Issues such as resources allocations, representation, and governance become entangled in these identity-based struggle, hindering progress and national development. Addressing these challenges necessitate fostering an inclusive politics, promoting
mempromosikan politik yang inklusif,
promoting dialogue and building institutions
dan mengembangkan kelembagaan
transcend
yang lebih kuat dari ini semua,
sectarian or tribal divides.
Yaitu perpecahan
It
antara
requires a shift
suku
towards
dan
emphasizing common interests and values that
dan
can
harus ada
bridge
nilai-nilai yang
these
bisa
differences
menjembatani
and
perbedaan-perbedaan
unite the
ini
populations
dan
towards shared
menyatukan
vision for the future.
negara demi
However,
visi masa depan
achieving such a unity
dan
amidst
mencapai kesatuan ini di tengah
rooted divisions remains
perbedaan
a
yang
significant challenge.
berkedalan ini
The
tetap menjadi
question
satu tantangan
is,
besar. Pertanyaannya adalah
what the role
apa
of
peran
religious
dari
leaders
para
in
pemuka
solving
agama dalam
this
menyelesaikan
issue?
permasalahan ini.
For example,
Misalnya,
Ayatollah Ali Sistani is one of the
Ayatollah
most
Sistani adalah
influential
salah satu
religious leader in
pemuka
Iraq,
agama yang paling
played a
berpengaruh di Irak,
critical role in
memainkan
influencing Iraqi politicians
mempengaruhi
and Iraqi
politisi Irak
politics and
dan
society,
politik
especially after the fall
Irak
of
dan
Saddam
masyarakat
Hussein.
khususnya
His
setelah
role
digulingkannya
extended
Saddam Hussein dan perannya
beyond the religious
bukan
guidance
hanya
to
sebagai
political
panduan
influence,
agama dan
particularly in fostering stability and
pengaruh
unity.
politik khususnya dalam bidang
Sistani
persatuan dan
advocates for
kesatuan
a
dalam
unified
mengadvokasi Irak yang
and
bersatu dan
emphasized
menekankan
the importance of
pentingnya
national election
pemilihan
and the
nasional
formation
dan
of democratic
dibentuknya
governments
pemerintah yang demokratis
that represented all communities.
dan yang
He
mewakili
issued
semua
a religious
unsur
edict
masyarakat
urging
dan
Iraqis to participate in the
para
political process,
masyarakat Irak untuk berpartisipasi dalam
advocating for
proses ini,
civil
mengavokasi
states and respect
penghormatan
the rights of all citizens
dari semua
regardless of
masyarakat
their
terlepas
religious
dari
and ethnic background.
latar belakang
During
etnis dan agama mereka.
Times of
Selama
heightened
waktu
sectarian tension, Sistani
ketegangan
acted
sektarian,
as a voice of
Sistani menjadi
moderation,
suara yang
urging
moderat yang
unity and
menghimbau
restraint
kesatuan
among different religious
dan agar
groups.
semua mengendalikan
His intervention
emosi
often
dan
aimed to diffuse conflict
dan
and prevent
berusaha
future sectarian violence.
menyelesaikan konflik dan
His
mencegah
authority
kekerasan
and
seksual
moral
dan
standing
kewenangan
with
dan
the
posisi
Shia
moral
community
dengan
as well as
masyarakat
other communities
baik
provided
Syiah
a unifying
dan
force,
Sunni menjadi suatu kekuatan untuk
encouraging
kesatuan,
cooperation among
mendorong
various
kerjasama antara
factions.
berbagai faksi.
Additionally, Sistani calls for
Ayatollah Sistani
peaceful
juga menyerukan
coexistence and
hidup
his
harmonis yang
insist
damai
on the role of law
dan
helped center
dan semua harus
help counter
berorientasi
extremist
supremasi hukum untuk
ideologies
melawan
and
ideologi ekstremis
counter
dan untuk melawan
contributed to the
dan berkontribusi
stability
terhadap
of the
stabilitas
country.
dari
In
negara
the
Irak.
certain period of
Dalam masa
turmoil.
pada
Also, his
masa
meeting with Pope Francis sent a
pada
significant
masa-masa yang
message
sulit
to
dan
all
pertemuan
about
dengan Paus
the
Francis mengirim
importance
pesan
of
tentang
unity
pentingnya
among
kesatuan
different
di
faith
antara
groups.
kelompok-kelompok
However,
beragama.
it's
Namun
important
demikian
to note
penting untuk
that
mencatat bahwa
while Sistani's
meskipun
influence
pengaruh
was
Ayatollah Sistani
significant,
begitu signifikan,
Iraqi challenge are
tantangan yang dihadapi Irak
multifactored,
masih terjadi
and
dan ada
his
berbagai
impact
faktor dan dampak
on the
beliau
broader issues
pada
of
permasalahan lebih
governance,
luas yaitu tata
sectarianism,
kelola dan
and identity
sektarianisme
politics
dan
has
politik
been
identitas
both loaded and debated.
sangat
The
diperdebatkan.
complexities of Iraq
Kerumitan dari
politics
politik
landscape
Irak
goes beyond
dan
the
lanskapnya
influence of any
bukan
single
hanya
figure,
pengaruh dari
no matter
satu figur
how
saja.
important he
Terlepas
is.
dari
Religious
pentingnya figur
leaders in
tersebut,
Iraq
pemuka
have
agama
attempted
di Irak
to bridge sectarian, political,
berupaya
and
untuk
tribal divides
menjembatani
by employing
perbedaan
various
agama sektarian dan
strategies aimed to fostering
menggunakan
peace
strategi
and
untuk
unity.
untuk menciptakan perdamaian dan
Start
kesatuan.
with interfaith dialogue.
Dengan
Many
dialog
religious group
antar
and
agama
leaders
dan
has
keyakinan.
engaged in
Berbagai
interfaith
pemimpin
dialogue
sudah melakukan
beginning
dialog antar agama dan keyakinan
by gathering
dan
religious
mulai dengan
leaders from
menyatukan
different
pemuka
religious
agama dari
community to
berbagai
promote
komunitas
mutual
beragama untuk
understanding and
mempromosikan
tolerance. This
toleransi dan
effort aims
pemahaman
to
bersama.
highlight
Upaya ini
common
menyoroti
values,
nilai-nilai bersama
and shared goals among
dan tujuan
diverse
bersama
groups,
antara
diverse religious groups.
kelompok
Calls
agama yang
for
beragam
unity.
dan seruan untuk
Leaders such
kesatuan.
as Ayatollah
Pemimpin
Sistani,
seperti
as
Ayatollah
mentioned
Sistani
earlier, and
telah
many
disebutkan
other
dan
religious leaders have
pemuka agama
emphasized
lainnya
of the
sudah
importance of
menekankan
unity
pentingnya
and
kesatuan
needs for
dan
Iraqis to prioritize their
Irak harus
national
memprioritaskan
identity over
identitas
sectarian
nasional
or tribal
dan bukan
affiliation.
sekedar
This
afiliasi
message is often focused
agama
on
dan
shared citizenship
mereka
and
harus fokus pada
cooperation
sebagai
for the
satu warga
greater
negara
goods
dan
of the
kerjasama
nation.
demi kepentingan bersama
Mediation and
negara.
conflict
Mediasi
resolution
dan penyelesaian konflik
also at that time was one of
juga
the
pada
most
saat itu
highlighted
menjadi
programs that have
program
been
yang paling penting
acted
yang
as
dilakukan
many groups acted as a mediator to
dan
facilitate
berbagai
dialogue
kelompok menjadi
between
mediator untuk memfasilitasi
conflicting
dialog antara
parties
partai yang
to
para
resolve
pihak yang berkonflik
disputes
dalam
peacefully.
menyelesaikan sengketa secara damai.
Advocating for an inclusive
Advokasi
government.
untuk pemerintah
Some
yang
religious
inklusif,
figures have
beberapa pemuka
advocated for
agama melakukan
inclusive government
advokasi untuk
structure
struktur
that
pemerintah
represent all
inklusif
segments of
mewakili semua
society.
unsur
They've
masyarakat.
promoted the
Mereka
idea
mempromosikan
of a fair and just system that
yang
addresses
adil
the needs of diverse
sehingga
communities,
memenuhi
aiming to reduce
kebutuhan berbagai
violence
komunitas
and
dan bertujuan untuk
marginalization
mengurangi
of
kekerasan
a
dan
lot of
marginalisasi
different groups
dari berbagai
and to have an
kelompok
inclusive society.
agar masyarakatnya
And finally,
inklusif. Dan terakhir,
educational initiatives.
prakarsa pendidikan,
Religious leaders have
para pemuka
supported
agama
educational
mendukung
initiatives that
prakarsa
promote
agama
tolerance,
yang mempromosikan
understanding, and
toleransi,
respect
pemahaman,
for
dan saling
diverse
menghormati untuk
diversity among the younger generation.
keberagaman di antara generasi
This
muda.
includes
Ini
initiatives
termasuk
within the
prakarsa di
religious
dalam
institutions aimed to
lembaga-lembaga
fostering
keagamaan yang
more
berusaha
inclusive
membina
society.
masyarakat yang lebih
However,
inklusif. Namun
while
demikian,
these efforts have
meskipun
made strain
upaya ini
in certain instances, challenges persist due to the
sudah berhasil, masih ada tantangan akibat begitu
enriched
dalamnya
historical grievances, political power struggle, and
kesulitan masa lalu,
influence.
perebutan kekuasaan,
Achieving lasting peace
jadi
and
mencapai
unity requires
perdamaian yang abadi
sustained
membutuhkan
effort
upaya yang
across
berkelanjutan
multiple fronts
di
and the
berbagai
commitments of various
sektor dan
stakeholders beyond
komitmen
religious
berbagai pemangku kepentingan
and religious leaders alone.
dan
So
bukan
the
hanya
responsibility
antara pemuka
is
agama.
among
Jadi
all
tanggung
of
jawab
us
itu adalah
as
di antara kita
citizens,
semua
not only
sebagai
of the Iraqi
masyarakat,
nations, but
bukan
of
untuk negara Iraki,
of the
melainkan
world,
sebagai warga negara
is
dunia.
to help
Dan bagaimana kita bisa
sustain
membantu
peace,
menjaga
unity, and great
perdamaian,
civilizational
kesatuan,
values among
dan
people.
nilai-nilai
Thank you
peradaban
very
luar
much.
biasa di antara masyarakat kita. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much,
Terima kasih
Zainab
banyak.
Al-Suwaij. Thank you very,
Zainab
very much.
Al-Suwaij, terima kasih banyak.
We now welcome the Reverend Raymond J.
Pendeta
D'Souza,
Raymond
who comes
J.
to us
D'Souza
from
yang
Canada.
datang dari Kanada.
The Reverend D'Souza is a Catholic priest. He is an economist. He is also a journalist. He is a regular columnist for the National Post in Canada. A few months back, shortly after our G20 Religion Forum R20 Summit in Bali, he wrote a column about the R20, and we recently welcomed him to Indonesia for the meeting of our ASEAN Intercultural and Interreligious Dialogue Conference, and it's wonderful to welcome the Reverend Raymond D'Souza back to Indonesia, where he will speak to us today about the role of the Second Vatican Council in bringing a major global religious community, the Catholic Church, into alignment with a post-war international consensus founded upon respect for the equal rights and dignity of every human being.
terhadap kesetaraan hak dan martabat setiap manusia.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Thank you to our host today. The Second Vatican Council articulated an interreligious vision which recognizes the rights and dignity of those who follow non-Christian religious traditions. But before I look at the text of Vatican II, let us go back to the beginning. to the very beginning to use your word primordial, which is the term you introduced this panel with. The first book of the Hebrew and Christian Bible, the book of Genesis, finds many echoes in the Quran. Many of the principal characters appear in both. At the beginning of both sacred texts, we find the story of Cain and Abel. Cain kills his brother Abel. Divine revelation thus teaches us an early truth about man in his fallen state. He is a rival to his brother, and this rivalry is lethal. This sibling rivalry is a dominant theme in Genesis. We see it again in Isaac and Ishmael, Esau and Jacob, Joseph and his brothers. It appears that sibling rivalry, enmity, hatred, murder, is written deep into the human drama. But we should note that there is also a progression in Genesis. Cain kills Abel, but Isaac and Ishmael are estranged. They come together for the funeral of their father Abraham. Jacob fears that Esau will seek vengeance upon him. Instead, the brothers meet and make a cold peace. In the story of Joseph, Yusuf, we see that reconciliation is achieved. The sons of Jacob, Israel, overcome pride, jealousy, and betrayal, and are restored to genuine fraternity. We note that the proximate cause of the murder of Abel by Cain is a religious dispute. Cain kills Abel over an act of worship. Should we fear that religious rivalry, like sibling rivalry, is written too deep into the human story? The same sacred scriptures for Christians, Jews, Muslims trace out an arc from murder to restored fraternity. There are reasons for hope. The Second Vatican Council faced a challenge. The centuries since the Reformation had witnessed the great scandal of Catholic-Protestant violence, even if that had diminished by the late 19th century. The horrors of the Holocaust, perpetrated by an atheistic regime in the heart of Christian Europe, posed the question of relations with Jews with a new urgency. A new appreciation of human rights, expressed in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, offered an opportunity to provide a theological grounding for the same. In its brief declaration on non-Christian religions, entitled Nostra Aetate, Our Age, Vatican II addressed the matter regarding the Jews forthrightly. The Church decries hatred, persecution, displays of anti-Semitism directed against Jews at any time and by anyone. We need those words again today. We decry displays of anti-Semitism directed against Jews at any time and by anyone. And we need those words in the Christian world and in the Islamic world. Regarding Islam, Nostra Aetate taught the Church regards with esteem also the Muslims. They adore the one God living and subsisting in himself. The conclusion is put in explicitly Christian terms. The Church reproves, as foreign to the mind of Christ, any discrimination against men or harassment of them because of their race, color, condition of life, or religion. For students of interreligious relations, those passages are well known and constitute a significant moment in the history of religion. Yet I think even more significant is what Vatican II taught in its dogmatic constitution on the Church entitled Lumen Gentium, Light of the Nations. The first document, Nostra Aetate, is about others, as it were, Lumen Gentium, the Constitution on the Church, is how we Catholics understand ourselves. Thus, Vatican II taught that because we are Catholics who profess faith in Jesus Christ, therefore we must regard the Jewish people as remaining, quote, most dear to God, for God does not repent of the gifts he makes, nor of the calls he issues. Muslims are likewise regarded, quote, professing the faith of Abraham, who along with us adore the one and merciful God, who on the last day will judge mankind. Indeed, precisely because we profess the God of Abraham to be God and Father of all, the Catholic Church teaches, quote, God is not far distant from those who in shadows and images seek the unknown God, for it is he who gives to all men life and breath. And whatever good or truth is found amongst them is looked upon by the Church as a preparation for the gospel. Those who look to Vatican II for Catholic affirmation of religious fraternity as a basis for human rights and dignity are wise not to overlook this more foundational text, this key Catholic teaching, namely that the very nature of the Church is oriented toward respect for the religious identity of all who seek God with a sincere heart. Permit me to close with words from the Holy Father. You mentioned his meeting with Sistani in Iraq. This was just a few months before that meeting. He wrote the following: we believers are challenged to return to our sources in order to concentrate on what is essential, worship of God and love for our neighbor, lest some of our teachings taken out of context end up feeding forms of contempt, hatred, xenophobia, or negation of others. The truth is that violence has no basis in our fundamental religious convictions, but only in their distortion. Thank you.
Thank you, Father de Souza. Thank you very much for that eloquent discussion of the relevance of the teaching of the Second Vatican Council to our discussion of identity-based conflict and restoring the foundations of a rules-based international order. Thank you very much indeed. Well, to close our panel, it is no accident that we have invited a great friend and respected analyst of global affairs, Dr. James Dorsey, to offer his concluding thoughts. Dr. Dorsey will speak to us about the role of religion and religious identity in the Israel-Gaza conflict and the significance of Nahdlatul Ulama's call to action in response to the global weaponization of identity and the spread of identity-based conflict. It's no accident that we've asked Dr. Dorsey to speak to us. In the conclusion of this panel, Dr. Dorsey is one of the world's foremost analysts of the intersection of religion and culture and geopolitical dynamics. He is currently adjunct senior fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies in Singapore. He has done unparalleled, in-depth research over many years on what he calls the battle for the soul of Islam, and he has been a foremost analyst of the unique power and position of Nahdlatul Ulama in that struggle for the soul of Islam. We're deeply grateful to you, Dr. Dorsey, for joining us to conclude our discussion.
Thank you, Tim. I'm in the lucky position.
Terima kasih, Tim. Saya dalam posisi yang menguntungkan bukan hanya sebagai peneliti terakhir, tapi saya diberitahu bahwa waktu saya sudah selesai, sudah habis waktu saya.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
The tragedy currently unfolding in
Tragedi yang sekarang tengah berlangsung di Gaza mengilustrasi pentingnya dari yang ingin dicapai oleh kumpulan kita, menekankan kembali pentingnya apa yang ingin dicapai oleh Nahdlatul Ulama, yang ingin dicapai oleh semua yang ada di ruangan ini, akhir terhadap konflik berdasarkan etnis dan agama. Situasi di Gaza adalah produk dari dehumanisasi dan demonisasi dari pihak lain yang berakar pada pemahaman tentang diri yang salah, pemikiran superioritas. Dengan melakukan dehumanisasi, kita juga melemahkan diri.
And deliberate targeting of innocent civilians
Hamas secara brutal menyasar masyarakat sipil pada 7 Oktober dan kegagalannya untuk membentengi masyarakat Palestina dari tanggapan brutal dari Israel yang tidak pandang bulu. Hamas bisa berlindung sementara masyarakat Palestina tidak bisa. Israel bersedia mengorbankan warga negara yang tidak berdosa. Tentunya konteks memang penting dalam konflik Israel-Palestina ini. Namun meskipun konteks bisa membantu apa yang telah terjadi, maka tidak bisa menjadikan justifikasi. Konteks ini meliputi kebijakan-kebijakan Israel yang sudah lama terjadi, okupasi Palestina setelah 56 tahun, 16 tahun. Pengepungannya terhadap Gaza dan tidak didukungnya penyelesaian konflik yang adil, dan juga Palestina di West Bank dan di Gaza tidak bisa mengatasi tantangan dan tanggung jawab sesuai dengan tanggung jawab mereka dan terus dimangsa oleh para garis keras Israel, dan dia juga membuktikan situasi kebudayaan di mana dehumanisasi, demonisasi, dan supremasi, brutalitas, pencelaan dan penghinaan martabat suatu masyarakat telah terjadi dan berdasarkan konsep-konsep yang berakar undang-undang berakar sehingga intoleransi, kebencian, dan kekerasan. Yang ingin dicapai Nahdlatul Ulama adalah aspirasional, berani, dan merupakan idealisme. Reformasi mengajarkan tentang prinsip-prinsip bukan seperti yang kita bayangkan, melainkan sebagai dalam penerapannya. Jadi ada konsep standar ganda yang dikutuk oleh banyak di antara kita ulama. Nahdlatul Ulama memproyeksikan menantang badai para autokrat yang menarik peran agama dan hanya menjadikan pilar untuk otoritarianisme. Tujuan untuk menantang jurisprudensi agama, menantang peran supremasi hukum dan tatanan internasional di abad ke-23. Meskipun mengubah sikap-sikap yang sangat berakar, kemungkinan besar merupakan proses antar generasi. Kita bisa mempertanyakan aspek-aspek strategi Nahdlatul Ulama seperti yang saya lakukan, namun faktanya adalah bahwa Nahdlatul Ulama sudah bergerak di mana organisasi yang baik berbasis agama dan lainnya tidak berani melangkah. Mereka berusaha melampaui batas-batas yang ditetapkan oleh media sosial. Nahdlatul Ulama tidak hanya mengundang lainnya untuk merangkul norma-norma pluralisme, hak asasi manusia dan kemartabat. Mereka proaktif berhubungan dengan pemimpin politik dan agama untuk mencari suatu cara untuk bersama-sama memiliki daya ungkit untuk merespon perubahan, dan ini perlu dipuji meskipun kita masih belum tahu seperti apa efektivitas pendekatan ini. Banyak pemimpin Muslim baik politik dan agama mereka membahas kebebasan, hak agama manusia, dan dialog antar keyakinan. Sedikit sekali yang berusaha membumikan prinsip ini dengan melakukan reformasi garis agama dan politik untuk memperbarui ajaran-ajaran yang berseberangan dengan nilai-nilai ini yang mereka main sebagai nilai-nilai mereka yang peluk. Nahdlatul Ulama mungkin adalah pengecualian. Pada 2019 mereka fatwa yang mendefinisikan ulang kafir. Menurut Nahdlatul Ulama, semua warga negara di dalam suatu negara memiliki kesetaraan terlepas dari agama, etnisitas, atau kredo mereka. Pada awal tahun ini, Nahdlatul Ulama menyerukan para Muslim untuk meniadakan aspirasi untuk membentuk suatu kekhalifahan dan memeluk negara dan memahami bahwa negara adalah dasar untuk tatanan berdasarkan peraturan dan bukan berdasarkan hukum rimba. Yakinlah bahwa ini hanya merupakan langkah-langkah pertama, namun merupakan langkah-langkah yang penting yang perlu diteladani lebih-lebih lagi di Israel dan di Palestina. Pembunuhan orang yang tidak bersalah tanpa pandang bulu tidak bisa dijustifikasi aspirasi tentang ketahanan nasional. Pembunuhan orang yang tidak bersalah seringkali berdasarkan ajaran-ajaran agama yang dianggap menjustifikasinya dan memfasilitasinya. Terima kasih.
Thank you, distinguished panelists. Thank you very, very much for traveling the distances that you travel, for responding to our invitation with such enthusiasm and alacrity, and thank you for your eloquent contributions to our theme of the R20 International Summit of Religious Authorities. In conclusion, I'm reminded of a story that's told about President Abraham Lincoln during the American Civil War. An extraordinarily violent tribal conflict that was also, of course, a conflict over a fundamental question of justice and injustice, namely the evil of slavery in the United States. In the heat of this horrific conflict, which killed hundreds of thousands of people, one of President Lincoln's advisors said he was grateful that God was on the side of the Union and that God was on the side of the North. To which Abraham Lincoln replied, "Sir, my concern is not whether God is on our side. My greatest concern is to be on God's side, for God is always right." It is a reminder, that story, that it's very easy to instrumentalize God and make God an instrument of our political agendas, our tribe, our nation, our ideology. But as Imam Yahya Palvicini beautifully reminded us, God, the infinite, the Almighty, He who is goodness itself, beauty itself, truth itself, can never and must never be an instrument to serve our narrow agendas and purposes. We must not try to recruit God to be on our side. We must be on God's side. And we are indeed deeply grateful to, again, to Kiai Haji Khalil Stakuf for his reminder to all the religious authorities of the world to ask themselves, are you on merely the side of your own tribe, or are you on the side of humanity? The humanity that was created by God to be blessed and to experience His goodness and His mercy and His compassion. It's now 1 o'clock. We are a little bit off schedule because of some changes in the program this morning. We will now have lunch and we will resume at 2 o'clock. We'll be able to recover time that we lost in the course of the afternoon. So we'll have an hour for lunch. We'll also say that we had intended to have a question and answer dialogue after this session, but because of the changes in the schedule, dalam jadwal tidak akan kita lakukan sekarang karena waktunya mulai terbatas. Saya rasa semua perlu rehat, butuh We will have a question
makan
and
siang,
answer
namun akan
session
ada
built
sesi tanya
into
jawab
our next
yang menjadi
plenary
bagian
session,
dalam sesi
which again
pleno
will begin
berikutnya.
at
Sekali
2
lagi
o'clock.
dimulai pada
So
jam
please
2.
join me in thanking our
Mari
wonderful
kita
panel
berterima
once
kasih
again,
pada para panelis kita yang luar biasa
began our
yang
discussion in a
memulai
wonderful
diskusi kita
way.
dengan cara
And
yang
again,
luar
we are
biasa dan
most
sekali
grateful
lagi
to
kami
all the
sangat berterima kasih
organizers
pada
of this
penyelenggara
summit, and we
dari
thank His
ISORA
Excellency
ini. Terima
President Joko
kasih
Widodo
Yang
for
Mulia
beginning our
Presiden Joko
program,
Widodo karena sudah
and
membuka
again
program
to
kita, dan
Gus
sekali
Yahya
lagi
for his
kepada Gus
eloquent
Yahya
remarks this morning.
karena
So
atas
enjoy your
sambutannya
lunch,
tadi
and
pagi.
we'll see you
Terima
in 1
selamat
hour
menikmati
from now.
makan
Thank you.
siang. Kita
Thank
berjumpa pada jam
you,
1.
Mr. Timothy and
Terima
all the
kasih Bapak
speakers.
Timothy dan
Please
semua
stay on the
narasumber.
stage.
Kami
There
mohon
will
tetap
be
berada
a
di atas
token
panggung.
of
Kami akan
appreciation
menyampaikan
delivering. So I would like to
tali
invite
asih sebagai
the
apresiasi kami ingin
Chairman
mengundang
of the Central Executive Board of Nahdlatul Ulama to
pimpinan
deliver
dari
the token
Nahdlatul
of
Ulama
appreciation.
untuk menyampaikan dari PBNU untuk menyampaikan cenderamata tersebut. Terima kasih.
Well, here is it, the token of appreciation that delivered by the Chairman of the Central Executive Board of Nahdlatul Ulama to the moderator and all the panelists for the plenary session 1. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to all of the speakers and also our panelists for the plenary session 1. Well, again, for your information, we will have a break for about 45 minutes. We will gather here 1:40, or we're gonna start at 2 p.m. So I need you to pay attention to your time because we still having the plenary session 2 and another agenda. And again, we serve the lunch in front of the door of our ballroom. So please have your lunch and enjoy your break. Again, thank you very much for all the speakers and panelists. We have a photo session together. To all the speakers, come closer to Gus Yahya and give your beautiful and handsome face to the world. 1, 2, 3. All right. One more time. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you very much. Again, for all the speakers and also moderator and also absolutely the chairman of Executive Board of Nahdlatul Ulama that already delivered the token of appreciation. Again, we still have the plenary session 2. So be ready and have a good lunch and enjoy your break. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan perlu kami informasikan bahwa kita memiliki waktu hingga pukul 2 untuk menikmati hidangan makan siang, istirahat dan menunaikan ibadah. Setelah itu pada pukul 14.00 waktu Indonesia Barat, 14.00 waktu Indonesia Barat kita berjumpa lagi di ballroom ini untuk menuju session kedua. Terima kasih.
Kan aku stop aja. Iya.